charity she wouldn't support or help raise money for. Her outward beauty couldn't even hold a candle to her luminous soul. I'd surmised that Roger wished to keep those legacies alive rather than the final ones of her slow and agonizing death. When Corinne succumbed to the tumor inside her brain, Roger took a 3-month hiatus from work and traveled to the Greek Isles to spread Corinne's ashes over the azure waters of the Mediterranean. He told me he was leaving the States for a while to take Corinne where she always wanted to go. And I realized then what kind of man I worked for. I saw behind the facade of hardened lawyer he put on for the public into the heart of a man who dearly loved his wife and mourned her loss with great sadness. I'd never seen a man so broken. Yes, Roger, I'm sure all of this brings back some horrible memories for you.
I won't lie, it does. I know what you're going through. The pain, the sorrow, wondering what you could have done different, said different. Did you say I love you enough, and did they really know the depth of your feelings? The thought of going to bed terrifies you because you don't want to sleep next to the empty spot alone. The painful memories of what used to be, staring you in the face with each step you take and haunting your dreams. And all that I experienced over a natural, normal death. Your situation has complications. You're going to need time to get through this, Melody. You need time to sort through the jumbled thoughts of your heart, to mourn fully and deeply, and then time to recover. So what I'm saying is, I want you to take all the time you need to grieve properly all that has befallen you before you come back to work. You have plenty of vacation built up, and we'll just get a temp in until you come back. Take whatever you need.
He turned and looked at me, his eyes full of sympathy and moisture. I was taken aback by his candor, and it took me a few seconds to regain my faculties. You are too kind, Roger, and though I appreciate the offer, I respectfully decline. You know me, I hate being idle. I've always zoomed from one project to another while juggling numerous others on the back burner. My mom always says that idle hands are the devil's playground, and I never forgot that. Jack told me on several occasions that I thrived on the adrenaline rush of overextending myself, I explained, forcing the lump of hot tears back down after saying Jack's name. The thought of sitting here at the house alone, crying myself to sleep while I trudge around in my pajamas, doesn't interest me. I need work to do to occupy my mind. I need this job, Roger. Things will be really tight for me financially. In fact, this weekend, I will need to come to a decision about several things, including whether or not I will put the house up for sale. Besides, I'm going to need your legal expertise to help me. I made a promise to Jack today, promised I wouldn't give up until I solved this puzzle and cleared his name. I will find out who killed Serena. For Jack's sake, for my family, and for Serena's. Her parents deserve to have the man who murdered their daughter brought to justice. I can't rest. Won't be able to stop until I do. Roger flicked the ashes off the end of his cigar into the ashtray and eyed me.
Melody, are you sure? I mean, you've been through an inordinate amount of stress during the past 2.
I held up my hand as I stubbed out my smoke. Roger, there are 3 things in this world that I have never been more positive about. 1, my salvation and relationship with God. 2, someone framed my husband for murder. And 3, my very last breath will be spent discovering who that someone is. I won't rest until Jack's name is cleared, period. So will you help me? Roger studied me for a full minute. I could tell he was assessing my sincerity. His face softened and he remarked,
You know I always stick up for the wrongfully accused. It's why I became a lawyer, so how could I say no?
I stood up and whistled for Simba as the thunder grew louder and the sky darkened. Any second now the bottom was going to fall out and drench us both. Thank you, Roger. I'll be back at work tomorrow. The first thing I would like to do is go to Little Rock PD and talk to Detective Knowles. You know, show him the evidence and try to get him to reopen it. My guess is that the prosecutor's office won't even think about touching it without him on our side.
Good guess. The head prosecuting attorney, Alex Renfro, was handling the case himself. No way was he going to pass it along to a deputy PA. Considering the victim is the daughter of one of his biggest supporters, and that it's an election year, it would take an act of God to change his mind.
I figured as much. If we can't convince Detective Knowles to help us, I would like to set up a meeting with Mr. Rowland. Perhaps he would be interested in finding out his daughter's killer is still out there, and Mr. Renfro would certainly listen to him. Roger nodded his head in agreement as he put out his cigar.
I'll only agree to this if you wait to come in till Monday. Seriously, take the rest of the week and the weekend off and finish getting things sorted out here. I will make some preliminary phone calls. I suggest we start with Detective Knowles first, and on our turf, Philip Rowland is going to be a tough sell, and if we can get the police department behind us, approaching him may be easier.
I knew arguing with the lawyer and Roger would be useless. I also knew he was right. I had plenty of things here around the house to keep my hands and mind from becoming the devil's playground. Life insurance forms needed to be submitted, paperwork from Jack's pension plan through the college needed to be filled out, and bills needed to be paid. Agreed, Monday it is, I replied, holding the door open to the kitchen. Simba bounded inside the door and went looking for more shrimp, her dirty feet leaving paw prints all over the tile floor. Thankfully, the food distracted her from Jack's chair. I sat down on the bar stool and prepared to eat a few bites of food myself. A lot needed to be done in the next couple of days, and it would require every ounce of energy and strength to accomplish. Regina poured us all a glass of Jack's favorite Cabernet Sauvignon, and we toasted to the memory of Jack Tyler Dickinson. Thank you, God, for blessing me with their presence. Please, watch over us and pour out your strength and love on us all, and guide my hand in getting justice for Jack. Amen. Chapter 12, Wednesday morning. My eyes opened to find Simba staring at me, her hot breath caressing my cheeks, tail wagging against my blanket. I moved my head away from the smell of her rank morning breath and realized I was on the couch. Rubbing my eyes to remove the heavily caked sleep, trying to seal my lids together, I heard a soft moan from across the room. I didn't need to see the face to recognize the voice. It was the low rumble of Regina after a long night of too much red wine, too many smokes, and way too many tears. I felt around for my glasses and found them resting in the knotted mass of my hair. My head thumped when I stood, and my mouth tasted like an entire ashtray sat inside it. Simba leapt off the couch, her mood much peppier than it had been the last few days. I maneuvered around the kitchen at a snail's pace to prepare some much-needed espresso, feeling like a fool. I was a 43-year-old woman, a widow, who'd acted like a teenager that just discovered the keys to her parents' liquor cabinet. The first few glasses last night went down in salutations to Jack, but the remaining bottles we drank were medicinal, numbing the pain in our hearts. While the machine spewed out the mahogany hangover cure, I slipped over to the back door and let Simba out. I peeked around the corner at Regina, who was splayed out in Jack's old recliner, snoring away from her night of inebriation with me. One look around the kitchen told the story of our evening. 6 empty bottles of wine and an empty fifth of Jack Daniels littered my new countertops. I hadn't seen this much alcohol in one place since Jack and I were in college. Coffee in hand, I walked down the hallway toward the master bedroom. I needed to wash my face and put my contacts in. I heard Kindle snoring from the guest bedroom and tried to remember if Mom and Roger stayed and drank the night away as well. God, I hope not. The thought of my mother or my boss seeing me in such a state made me want to crawl under the nearest rock. Thankfully, a fuzzy memory materialized of Roger taking my mom by her frail arm and leading her out to his car at dusk. By then, Regina, Kendall, and I had been on our way to being quite hammered. I washed my face with the refreshing cold water and recalled Roger left when Kendall began regaling us with quirky tales of his childhood adventures with Jack. Blood staining my cheeks, I remembered why Roger took my mother home. Kendall had discussed the first time he and Jack had a crush on the same girl, and Jack ended up winning her affections after a fumbling excursion in the back seat of Jack's car. I shook my head in amazement at the crazy conversations that had taken place. Death of a loved one brings out the strangest memories and thought patterns of those left behind. Well, death and alcohol. The same thing happened after my father's wake. People drank, ate, and told stories from the past, some cute and whimsical, others more embarrassing and downright raunchy, like what Kendall had shared. A twinge of guilt hit me when I tried to remember how many years of sobriety Kendall had under his belt before falling off the wagon last night. Contacts in and fully awake, I forced my gaze to remain locked ahead. Although Regina had cleaned up the master bedroom, I had yet to sleep in the bed or go inside except to use the bathroom and grab clothes. I knew if I stayed too long, I would get lost inside the memories that permeated every inch of the space, and I couldn't handle that right now. I headed back to the kitchen to try and straighten up the mess. I had to get organized today. There were a ton of things that needed tending to. Bills to pay and death certificates to mail in. Death certificates to be sent in by the widow Dickinson. Oh, Jesus, give me strength. Lost in thought, I turned the corner and ran into Regina. Oh, wow, that was close. You were almost wearing my coffee. Hey, I've worn worse, felt worse, for that matter. Good morning, sunshine. How's the head? I ambled over to the counter and plopped down on the bar stool. Pounding. Yours? Same. Haven't drank that much since, I don't know when. Me either. Let's see, in the space of 2 weeks, I've taken up smoking and binge drinking. Sounds more like I'm experiencing a midlife crisis rather than in mourning. Guess it is a good thing I don't have any children. What kind of example would I be to them? Regina filled her mug with hot coffee and sat down next to me. Her arm was comforting as she draped it over my shoulder. The best one ever. Considering everything you were dealing with, I say you couldn't be handling it better. Of course, Kendall and I aren't really much help. Seems all we have done is aid you in picking up bad habits again. I don't know what I would do without the two of you, I said with sincerity. Seriously, you've been my rock, and Kendall has been amazing. You stayed by my side while I had my meltdown at the cabin, helped with all the funeral arrangements, and cleaned up the mess the cops left while I locked myself away, mentally and physically. And Kendall, he's kept the yard up, taken my car in for service, shooed the press away, and gone grocery shopping, plus fixed the leak under the sink. I'd still be in a ball downstairs, lamenting my lot in life if I didn't have you all here to keep me going. Regina smiled and took a hefty sip of coffee. Okay, enough of this kind of talk. I believe all this mushy mumbo-jumbo is what got us all into trouble last night. And I'm way too old to try to repeat it again tonight. So let's say we shelve the ruminations of the past away and deal with the now. What's on the agenda for today, and how can I help? How can we help? Kendall said. Regina and I jumped. Jesus, Kendall, it's just not proper to sneak up on people like that. Didn't your mama teach you any manners? Yes, Regina, as a matter of fact, she did. She taught me it was rude to interrupt a conversation and to wait until the party's finished yapping before you spoke your piece. Regina pointed at the coffee pot. Looks like someone else woke up with a hangover. Get you some coffee, son, and have a seat.
Mel is about to tell us what our jobs are today."
Okay, you two, enough. And quit talking so loud. My head is already thumping enough. Gosh, there is so much to do, I don't know where to start.
"Let's eat this elephant one bite at a time, small nibbles first. I'll clean up the kitchen and start breakfast, which you will eat some of, Missy. And Kendall, what—" "I'm sorry, you two, but I've got to head into work today. I've been putting off a big bid that's due tomorrow. I should have it finished around 3 or so, and then I need to make a quick trip by my house. If I don't do a bit of cleanup, the city might condemn it as not fit to live in. Then I'll be back. Want me to pick up anything on my way back over here after work?" "Oh, gosh, Kendall, I'm so sorry. Sometimes I forget that not everyone is jobless like me," Regina said, pink staining her cheeks.
"I thought you hired a cleaning lady to come in once a week," I asked.
"I did, Mel, and she was great. Kept the place clean as a whistle, but she hasn't shown up the last 2 Sundays, and I haven't had time to call the service and request someone else." "Listen, Kendall, you just take care of what you need to, and I'll take care of Mel," Regina reassured him. "If you want to give me the number of the service, I would be more than happy to—"
"Guys, look," I interrupted. "I appreciate every single thing that you both have done for me. I was just telling Regina earlier that I could never have made it through the last 2 weeks without you both. But really, I'm okay. Sad, but okay. I know life without Jack will be hard, but I'm not the first person in this world to lose a spouse. I'll get through it day by day, perhaps only minute by minute, but I will make it. It took me losing my love to get my faith back, and I'm not about to veer away again. There will be days I cry and days I laugh, maybe both at the same time, but I will survive this. And not just because I have you all, but because I have him. So, Kendall, go. Get back to your daily routine, just like I will eventually do." I blinked back the tears in my eyes and saw droplets brimming in their eyes also. Regina broke the teary silence. "Wonder Woman has spoken, and we, your humble servants, shall stare in awe at your wondrousness and heed your instructions. The shower awaits Kendall to rid him of the stench of booze before he spends a long afternoon crunching numbers, and I shall retire to the kitchen to prepare a feast. My lady, go do what wondrous things Wonder Woman does. Now off we go." A few quick hugs ensued, and then we all went our separate ways, nibbling on the metaphorical elephant. I'd been crammed inside Jack's office for 4 hours straight, digging through the mess left from the police. It took me 1 full hour just to find the file that contained his life insurance policy, and another hour to find the folder with his employee benefits package from the college. Once I found the correct mailing addresses to send his death certificates to, I wrote out a few cover letters and prepared the envelopes. A few times I had to stop and catch my breath to fight back the tears that threatened to overwhelm me. The first letter I had to scrap because my tears stained the paper as grief overcame me. Nibble by nibble, Mel. Nibble by nibble. Once that huge task was accomplished, I made phone calls to all our creditors, informing them of Jack's death and promising to send payments for the bills that were behind. Satisfied that I'd kept the collectors from knocking down my door, I stood up and stretched. My shoulders, back, and fingers ached from being perched in the same position for so long. I decided I needed to get out of the house and get some fresh air to help clear the pangs of sorrow that seemed to continuously stab at my heart. Upstairs, Regina was folding laundry in the living room. "Decided to leave the dungeon while it's still daylight outside?" "Needed to stretch my legs," I said, walking over to my purse on the end table and depositing the envelopes. "Don't let me forget to mail these today, okay?" "But of course. Say, I think Simba wants to stretch her legs too. She's been holding that for the last 20 minutes. giving me the please take me outside look. She nodded toward Simba sitting by the back door with her leash in her mouth. Poor girl, she misses her walks. She doesn't understand why I haven't taken her, I said, peeking out the window. Now that the press is gone, I should be safe. I'll take her around the block a few times, then be back. Take your cell phone just in case one sly reporter is hiding in the bushes waiting for you or something. I'll gladly come to the rescue, maybe accidentally run over them with my car. I smiled at Regina, my crazy best friend, who I had no doubts would do that in a heartbeat, and claimed she thought she'd run over a snake. She hated the media almost as much as I did. They had been relentless hounds when she was going through her divorce with AJ. It had been local tabloid gossip because of their wealth and the dirty little secrets exposed when AJ was caught on film in a rather compromising position. The rags splashed their private lives all over the front page, not caring for the feelings of the individuals involved. I shook my head at her and excused myself to slip my tennis shoes on, feeling thankful for her wicked sense of humor. I needed her witty banter to keep me from going bananas. 10 minutes later, Simba and I were on our second loop around the neighborhood. Even though it pained me to watch my former friends turn their heads and shoo their kids inside as I walked by, like I had some contagious disease or something, the exercise felt good, refreshing, normalcy. Until I cleared Jack's name, stares and whispers would be a daily part of my life and something I would have to get used to. The neighborhood shunning and awkwardness was just a precursor to the fun that work would be on Monday. Joy. The skies were overcast again, a hint that rain would hit us by late afternoon. The air was thick and heavy and the clouds a dull gray, just like my mood. My skin was coated in a light sheen of sweat from being outside. The humidity had to be close to 95%. A miserable summer for a variety of reasons. Hey, but this is Arkansas. Tomorrow, it could snow. Passing Mrs. Preston's house, I noticed she was out in her garden. As usual, she was wearing her standard gardening frock, the kind that dated back to the 50s. Her frocks always made me laugh. They reminded me of what my Meemaw used to wear around the house. Mrs. Preston had them in just about every conceivable color and wore them even during the dead of winter. I sometimes wondered where in the world she bought them, because I hadn't seen any for sale in decades. I waited for her to turn tail and run for the hills like the others the minute she spotted me. "Oh, Miss Melody, so glad to see you." Well, I'll be. The last person on the block I expected to talk to me turns out to be the only one. "Afternoon, Mrs. Preston. Your plants are looking lovely." "Of course they are, dear. With all this rain we've been getting, they don't need me to coddle them. Sure has cut down on my water bill," she exclaimed, setting her gloves and snippers down in the dirt by her roses. She walked across her lush green lawn to the sidewalk where Simba and I stood. "Honey, I'm so sorry about what happened. I was going to come over tonight and express my condolences once the pie I'm making you finished baking and cooled off. Ain't right to pay your respects to the grieving without something sweet to help ease their sorrow." "Oh, Mrs. Preston, that isn't necessary." She waved me off with a swift flick of her slim wrist. "I won't hear no more now. I feel just awful not knowing about this sooner and coming to help with whatever you needed. It just ain't right. That's what neighbors is for, to be there in times of need and joy. But my lack of paying you a visit weren't 'cause I didn't want to go. I simply didn't know. Been out of state, you know. When I read the papers that were stacked in my mailbox, my heart nearly gave out, especially when I realized I missed the services." I found myself stunned by the first person who was being supportive and nice to me in the neighborhood. "It's okay, Mrs. Preston. We just had a simple graveside service. And no, I didn't realize you'd been out of town. When did you get back?" No wonder she's being so nice. The cops probably haven't grilled her yet, and the media didn't pick her bones clean since she wasn't home. Late last night, been down at my sister Imogene's in Louisiana ever since last Monday. Won me almost $5,000 at the casino in Shreveport. But that's enough of me yammering on about my boring life, she said, and paused, her light blue eyes clouding as she gave me a good once-over. I'm so sorry that you are now a member of my club. Confused, I wondered if she was experiencing a momentary lapse in her neurons, firing on all cylinders. Perhaps they had wandered back into her numerous attempts to get me to join Bridge Club. I cocked my head to one side and asked, Club? The Widows' Club. It's a lonely and sad group to be a member of, believe me, I know. Been a member ever since I lost my stand. Don't matter what the reasons are behind the loss. Still hurts like hell. The ever-present lump of hot tears popped up again in my throat. Yes, it is difficult. Taking things day by day, sometimes second by second, I managed to eke out. Mrs. Preston scooted closer and tried to put her arm around my shoulder. Our height differences made it difficult, so her frail limb ended up around my waist. She smelled like white shoulders, which had been my Meemaw's favorite perfume, and apples. The familiar scents of my beloved grandmother released a few salty tears from my eyes. Honey, it may not feel like it now, but things will get easier over time. One day you'll be able to say his name and look at his picture without crying like a lost kitten. Took me 3 full years, but it did happen. The livin' eventually come to terms with dying. I sure hope so, I sniffled. You will, child, trust me. God comforts those who ask, even when the tidal waves of life are trying to drown them. I had to get out of there before I drowned myself with my own tears. Thank you, Mrs. Preston. I look forward to you stopping by later with the pie. Mrs. Preston released me from her warm embrace and bent down to rub Simba's soft fur. Let the tears come, honey. Not only do they cleanse the soul, it's why us women folk live longer. Bottling those feelings inside is what causes the men to have a heart attack or stroke so early in life and make us widows. I certainly don't seem to have any problem letting them go. I smiled through my tears. Simba licked Mrs. Preston's fingers, her tail wagging so fast it looked like a boat propeller. Well, you just keep this little treasure close for comfort. I know my kitty Fluffball has been my warm rock. Yes, she's a good girl, she cooed, running her fingers over Simba's head. She stood back up and chuckled. Please excuse my laughter. It was so funny. Oh, I'm all a-flustered now. Tell you that story later. You best get across that street and back inside. Looks like an unwelcomed visitor is looking for you. I followed her gaze across the street, and sure enough, a slow-moving black car was approaching us. My gut told me it was a reporter, so without a word, I tugged on Simba's leash and jogged across the road to my yard. The sleek vehicle stopped in front of my driveway, and the morning news anchor for Channel 8 opened the door and tried to flag me down. Mrs. Dickinson, Aaron Corpian from Channel 8, I'd like a word. Simba and I burst through the front door before the nosy wench made it up the walk in her high heels. I yelled, "Get off my property and don't come back," and slammed the door shut. Safely inside with the door locked, I leaned against the wall to catch my breath. Regina bounded down the stairs. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Seems I was wrong about the reporters being gone, I explained. That chick from Channel 8 almost caught me. Regina fumed and reached for the door handle. "Let me take care of this." I grabbed her arm and pulled her away. "No, let her be. She'll leave when she realizes her trip here was a waste of time. They can't stand being ignored." Sure enough, the knocking stopped, and a few seconds later we heard an engine start up and drive off. Upstairs, we peeked out the window and saw the car was now in front of Mrs. Preston's house. Although I couldn't hear what she said, Mrs. Preston was obviously giving the reporter what for. based on her body language and expression. Within 20 seconds, Erin Corpian was back in her vehicle, disappearing around the corner, probably to go find another neighbor who wasn't so feisty. I flopped down on the couch and let out a huge huff. God, when will they leave me alone? Don't they have any compassion? I just buried my husband. Regina sat down next to me and put her arm around my shoulder. Nope, they never do. Vultures, I tell you. Circling the skies looking for a body that's down for the count to feast on. Makes me sick. But, she said, offering a reassuring hug, don't you worry. If that scrawny bitch comes back, or anyone else for that matter, I'll make sure they leave with an earful of comments not suited for television. She disappeared into the kitchen and returned a minute later with 2 tall glasses of iced tea. Now put that out of your head. We'll need to be a bit more vigilant before we let you step outside. You just relax a bit. Lunch is almost ready. I tried to smile, but it didn't work very well. The thought of eating food made my stomach roll. Regina had outdone herself at breakfast with a full Southern meal, complete with biscuits, gravy, eggs, and sausage. I had only managed to eat a few bites, barely making it to the bathroom before those few nibbles ejected from my stomach. Actually, will you just keep a plate warm for me? I'm feeling a bit tired and think I will go downstairs and take a nap on the couch. Will you make sure I'm up before 3? I have some phone calls I need to make before 5. Regina eyed me with suspicion but didn't say a word. I stood up, took my glass of tea, and headed downstairs, Simba padding behind me. I sat on the couch and Simba joined me. I took the comforter that Jack's mom made us and wrapped it around me. I had always hated the ugly thing with its mishmash of colors and rough texture, but it smelled like Jack, so I buried myself underneath the scratchy material and inhaled the faint scent of my husband. My tears ran free until sleep overtook me. Mel, honey, wake up. It's 3 o'clock. Regina stood over me, her warm hand on my shoulder. I blinked and tried to get some moisture back in my eyes. I should have taken out my contacts before I crashed. My eyes felt like sandpaper. Okay, I'm up. Need more coffee. I think you need food, but what do I know? I'm just your best friend watching her best friend wither away to nothing. Pretty soon you'll be a figment of my imagination. When food decides to stay down, I'll resume eating. Until then, it's just a waste, I said, standing up to stretch. Any calls? Only a few today. One of them was from your office, the other from Mr. LaFont. No random numbers. Well, that's a good thing. Regina and Simba followed me upstairs. I felt like I had an entourage. Oh, your neighbor, Mrs. Preston, dropped by about an hour ago. I told her you were sleeping and to come back around 4. She said she would. I hope she does, because the pie she had with her smelled heavenly. She is a great cook. Last year at the July 4th block party, her pies lasted about as long as an ice cube on the hot pavement. Jack always loved. My voice hitched, and I stopped for a moment to gather my thoughts and steer the conversation in another direction. Anyway, I've got to return those calls and then take a quick shower before Mrs. Preston and Kindle arrive. Come on, Simba, let's go outside. I grabbed my cell off the counter and opened the back door. Simba bounded past me, and I resumed my new favorite spot on the wicker chair and snatched a smoke from underneath the seat. 30 minutes later, I disconnected the call with Mr. LaFont and smiled. Not a fake one, but a real smile. The conversation with both him and Roger had gone well, and Project Justice for Jack was in full swing. Though I had a hard road ahead of me, I could see the proverbial light at the end, and it gave me renewed strength and hope. Regina popped her head out the door. Hey, sweetie, Mrs. Preston will be here any minute. Better hurry and get in that shower. I'm salivating already and can't promise you I won't eat the entire pie if you aren't there to stop me." I squashed my smoke out in the ashtray and headed inside. Goodness, lost track of time again. Good thing I have you here to keep me in line. Oh, a new title to add to my bag of tricks. Timekeeper. I like it. I chuckled softly and headed to the shower. Timekeeper? Nope. Mind saver is more like it. Thank you, God, for Regina. Sure enough, the doorbell rang at 4 o'clock on the dot. Regina and I were sitting at the kitchen table as I told her about my conversations with Roger and Bertrand, filling her in about our plans for next week. "Oh, one homemade pie coming up," she said, bounding out of the chair and down the stairs like a little kid. The woman certainly loved her sweets. I heard her exchange pleasantries about the new interior with Mrs. Preston, and they made their way up the stairs and into the kitchen. I couldn't recall the last time my neighbor had been inside. Maybe 3 years? Mrs. Preston took the seat next to me. She was all dressed up with pearls, earrings, a pretty sundress, and cute little sandals. She looked like she was going to church. I felt a tad embarrassed at my grungy attire of shorts and a white t-shirt, no makeup, and my hair in a messy bun. Instinctively, my hands flew to my hair and I sat up straighter. "Oh, sugar, don't you fret none about that," she purred, motioning with her hand to my hair. "When my stand passed, I don't think I even took a shower for the first 2 weeks. It's called mourning, and ain't nobody expected to put on airs. I just gussied up because I don't get much chance to anymore, and besides, can't change tradition in an 80-year-old woman. My mama, God rest her soul, would have skinned me alive if she knew I didn't put on my best when paying my respects." "Well, you look lovely and quite proper. Thank you for stopping by. And for this pie. Okay, I'm sure I'm breaking 10 social protocols here, but I can't wait. Time to share some," Regina said, moving over to the cupboard and grabbing 3 dessert plates. "You just dive right in, sweetie, and you too, Missy. Looks like you've missed a few meals," Mrs. Preston said, her grin wide and proud at Regina's excitement. Within the space of a minute, Regina had dished out 3 huge slices and passed them around the table. She dug in with gusto and swallowed 2 big bites before commenting. "This is the best thing I have ever eaten. Before you leave, would you please share your recipe with me?" "Well, thank you, sweetie. Of course I will. That's what we women do best, share. And speaking of sharing, I have some things I would like to share with you, Miss Melody." Regina was right. The pie was incredible. The bite I tasted was like a piece of sweet heaven. I was hesitant to take another nibble, preferring to wait and see if my stomach agreed with my tongue. Besides, if what Mrs. Preston was about to say centered round the subject matter of Jack's death, I was afraid I might start tearing up again, and didn't want to choke. "Yes, this is wonderful, as all of your dishes I've ever tasted have been," I said, hoping she'd veer back to the subject of her culinary skills. "Sweetie, let me tell you some things. First of all, I don't believe what I read or hear in the news. Ain't no story ever been reported that was the honest-to-God's truth. My Stan always said that the news was a smidgen of truth, mixed with a whole lot of dirty, unsupported opinions, and I agree. I don't know, maybe seeing their words in print or the lights of the camera blind them, make only dollar signs appear. Maybe one of the classes they take in school strips them of their morality. Who knows? All I know is that I go by what my own eyes see, what my ears hear, and what my heart tells me. Now, I know from what I witnessed last Monday that you and your husband had quite the tiff about his philandering. Gotta say, I did smile when I saw you stand up for yourself and give him what for. Reminded me of me." Regina stopped in mid-chew, and I dropped my fork with a loud clang on the table. Oh, don't look so surprised, ladies. If you don't know by now, then I'll let you in on a little secret my Nana told me when I was approaching my courting age. She said, Jerlene, men all suffer from the same affliction. They's born with it. It hides inside them till their manly hair starts growing under their arms. When that happens, they get TR syndrome, and it lasts until they die. TR syndrome? I repeated, reaching for a glass of tea to help my bite of pie finish going down. What's TR syndrome? Regina asked. Testicular retardation. All men are afflicted by it. Once those little swimmer guys start flowing through them, they all lose their minds. Regina and I looked at each other and burst out laughing. Tears of hysteria ran down our faces, and Regina turned blue from not being able to catch her breath. I wrapped my arms around my stomach as great gales of laughter burst out of me. Y'all go ahead and laugh, but I'm telling you the truth. No man is immune. Even my Stan had it. Regina couldn't catch her breath. I wasn't doing much better. But through my laughter, I said, Testicular retardation. It does make sense. Men do go nuts when they hit puberty. Mrs. Preston took a sip of tea and a bite of pie, then continued. That hormone starts pulsating through 'em, and they can't shut it off. Oh, some men try to ignore the guttural calling, but most can't. Now, I tell you this because the fact of the matter is, men cheat. The right little filly sachets by and that old TR syndrome kicks up and they become slaves to their pants. Even my Stan, after 27 years of marriage, fell ill with the bug. When I found out, I cured him sure enough, just the way my Nana told me to. Regina found her voice. That is the funniest thing I have ever heard, bar none. Oh, and I don't mean about Stan. I mean, oh God, can I borrow that from you? TR syndrome? Priceless. Well, of course you can, sugar. I told you we women folk are best at sharing. So back to my story. I cured my old Stan from his ailment by sneaking in the bedroom the night I found out what he'd done and cutting all his hair off. Felt right like old Delilah, I'll tell you. Men don't like to admit it, but they's just as vain as women, especially when it comes to their hair. Oh, Stan, he had a head full of the thickest, blackest curls that women would kill for. The next morning when he came to the kitchen for coffee and started whining about what I'd done, I told him he should be thanking me that I cut off something that would grow back, because the next thing I cut off wouldn't. Her story brought another round of raucous laughter from Regina and me. My sides were hurting from laughing so hard. God, it feels good to laugh. Now, I didn't tell you that just to bring a smile to your face, though I'm glad it did. Laughter is just as powerful of medicine as tears. I opened with that story because I reckoned from the argument I heard and saw last Monday that your Jack had him about with the disease. I left a few minutes after you did to head to Shreveport, so I didn't have a chance to tell you about the cure. But from what I witnessed, you seem to have a good grip on things, so to speak. So I went on my merry way. Of course, then I returned and heard all the hubbub about him being arrested and all. I knew it was a load of cow manure from the minute I found out. Being a cheater don't make you a killer. If that were the case, the human population would cease to exist, because adultery has been a dark stain on humanity since the dawn of time, and that is the reason I'm here now, to tell you why I believe 100% that your Jack didn't hurt that girl. Our collective laughter stopped with Mrs. Preston's last comment. Both Regina and I stared at her waiting. Her warm brown eyes moistened, and she held out her bony hand and clasped mine. I know I'm just the nosy old lady from across the street, but I've been around long enough to be a great judge of character. Your Jack may have stepped out on you, but I watched him cry like a baby when you drove off. Only a man who really loves his woman sheds those kind of tears, and a man who has those kind of emotions don't kill, period. Something stuck in my craw the second I heard what happened. I knew in my heart that Jack didn't murder that girl. But it wasn't until I saw you walking this precious one, she said, looking over at Simba, that I remembered why. My heart skipped 2 beats, my grip tightening on her frail hand. Regina was uncharacteristically silent. "What do you remember, Mrs. Preston?" I whispered through my tears. "My memory doesn't always work, but if prompted, I am able to recall things, and after seeing you with your dog earlier today, it reminded me of Friday forelast. Your friend here had already picked you up. Your Jack was walking out the front door when your little pooch here popped out and took off down the street. I had me a good laugh watching him chase her down. She kept him hopping for nearly 20 minutes before she finally let him catch her. He was sweating bullets by the time he wrestled her back inside. He didn't come back out for another 20 minutes, and when he did, he was wearing new clothes and his hair was wet. My guess is that's because he took him a shower after all that running around." Chill bumps appeared on my arms as my adrenaline kicked into high gear. I was about to pose a question when I realized she was speaking again. When that memory came back, the gnawing inside me got worse. I went back inside and flipped through all the newspapers I kept from last week. I'm an old lady and don't throw nothing away. Planned on using them this winter for my fireplace. Anyway, I searched through the pages and found the picture taken at that fancy pants store. It had a date and time on it, and when I looked at it after putting my glasses on, I knew it wasn't Jack. He was here, in the street, chasing that cute critter down. He pulled out of the driveway at 11:15. I know the time is exact, too, because that's when my watch beeps, reminding me to take my pills. Sure enough, when he drove by my yard, my watch beeped. Regina gasped. I let go of Mrs. Preston's hand and slumped back in my chair. A wave of dizziness overcame me as the enormity of her words sunk in. Dear God, thank you. More answered prayers. The dizziness passed and my mind shifted into legal mode. I had to focus and take the proper steps to make sure that this little nugget of gold didn't slip away. "Sugar, you okay? You look kind of green round the gills. Here, have a sip," Mrs. Preston said, handing me my glass of tea. "I hope I didn't upset you too much. Just trying to help ease your mind about your Jack. It's one thing for a man to cheat, but having to live the rest of your life thinking he might have been a killer is another." Fighting back the tears of happiness that threatened to explode, I took the glass of tea and set it back down. I leaned across the table and hugged the neck of the woman I used to consider nothing more than the neighborhood gossip monger. She'd just handed me, and Jack, a wonderful gift. "Oh, no, Mrs. Preston, you just gave me the gift of a lifetime." I gushed, my words stumbling out faster than I anticipated. I squeezed her frail shoulder. I don't know how I could ever thank you for what you just told me. May I ask you a favor?" Mrs. Preston smiled, the thin skin around her eyes crinkling, satisfied with her work for the day. "Of course, sugar. What is it?" I wiped my eyes and cleared my throat. "Would you be willing to share your recollection with Jack's attorney? I'm afraid I have a hard road ahead of me next week with trying to convince them they arrested the wrong man. Anything and everything will help. Your words will give solid credence to mine." "Honey, I'll stand out in the street and shout it out while wearing a sign that says 'Justice for Jack' on my back, if it will help." I clapped my hands with excitement, and my dear old neighbor jumped. Regina was already out of her seat, heading straight toward my cell phone lying on the counter. "Let me make a phone call and get someone here to take your statement, if you don't mind waiting a bit," I said, taking my cell from Regina's shaking hand in my own. "Sugar, I'll stay all afternoon if you don't mind keeping company with an old woman." I patted her hand reassuringly as I stood. "You are a godsend. You are always welcome in my home and can stay for as long as your heart desires. Excuse me for just a moment and let me get the ball rolling. I'll be right back." Rushing out the back door to the deck, I dialed Bertrand's number. My fingers were shaking so much I gave up on trying to smoke. I couldn't hold the lighter long enough to get a spark. Come on, come on, come on. It's not even 4:30 yet. Please, Lord, let Bertrand pick up.
Bertrand LaFont.
Mr. LaFont, it's Melody Dickinson again. Listen, you said to call if any new evidence popped up, and boy, did it ever.
Another dream, Ms. Dickinson?
If I wasn't jumping out of my skin with joy, his little dig would have annoyed me. But I was on cloud 9, and the snide remarks of a snarky lawyer wouldn't bring me down. No, not this time. Jack was seen at home by a witness during the time the picture at the store was taken. Not only that, the witness is here at my house right now, ready to give a sworn statement.
Say no more. My assistant and I will be there in 20. Has this witness told the police this juicy bit of news yet?
No, she just told me.
Wonderful. I love being able to beat them to crucial evidence and then throwing it back in their faces. Hang tight. We are walking out the door now.
I hung up and let out the breath I didn't realize I was holding during the conversation with Bertrand. I felt silly thinking of him as Mr. LaFont now, even though it was proper social etiquette. No one other than my family knew so many intimate, shameful details about my personal life as he now did. With all he knew, I contemplated calling him Buddy. I peeked through the glass door and saw Regina and Mrs. Preston gabbing it up like two old friends from way back. Somehow I didn't imagine that my best friend was picking the brain of my neighbor for recipes. Regina was probably asking for in-depth details of the day that Mrs. Preston threatened to castrate her wayward husband. A brief smile appeared at the thought. A new bond formed between the three of us, held together by the sticky mess of betrayal. One woman let her mate walk away, unable to forgive the act. The other took control, forgave, and stayed together until death do us part. Under the scorching heat of the afternoon sun, as I sat watching the two women chatter, I knew what my ultimate decision would have been had Jack lived. Grief and sadness smothered me, knowing I would never have the chance to tell Jack I forgave him, or fight for my marriage. Jack, can you hear me? I forgive you. I love you. And justice is coming, handed to me by the Lord. I won't fail either of you again, so long as you both give me strength. I won't. Chapter 13, Monday. Arriving for my first day back at work a little after 8, I was greeted by a strained atmosphere. No one really knew what to say to me other than good morning. It was awkward walking through the central area where the secretaries and interns worked. Eyes were averted and voices hushed as I moved through the desks toward my office. My chest tightened when I passed the empty spot where Serena used to sit. Her desk had been cleaned off, not one picture, file, pencil, or computer screen left. Had I been a new employee, I would have never known someone recently occupied the space. I took solace inside my closed office and tackled the stack of work on my desk. None of the other employees were proficient enough to run the monthly bills, at least not in the eyes of the attorneys. Even the secretaries of the 4 other lawyers didn't run their bosses' bills. I was 2 weeks behind on not only billing, but all the other work I did during the course of a workday. Those things would have to wait. Invoicing for our services was top priority in the eyes of the partners. Once I opened the billing program, I shut my mind off and dove in, grateful for the temporary distraction. Hours later, I glanced up from my files and checked the clock. It was after 4. Burying my head in my work seemed to help the time fly by. Of course, I hadn't left my office except to use the restroom during the last 7 hours. I stretched my back, cracked my sore knuckles, and buzzed Roger. "Billing is finished. I just sent out the files via email to everyone. I'm going to run to the restroom, then I'll meet you in the conference room, okay?"
Sure thing. Detective Knowles should be here any minute. Bertrand is in there already, and Philip just arrived, so we'll meet you there,"
Roger said, then lowered his voice and added,
"Melody, are you sure you're ready for this? I mean, it's only your first day back after Jack's service."
Sorrow pricked my heart, but I buried it deep inside. The time to grieve had already passed for me. I had replaced my sadness with a redemptive mission of love. I swallowed the grief and forced my words to not betray my pain. "Yes, Roger, I'm sure. I won't let my husband down again. I owe him that. I'll see you in a minute," I said, and disconnected the call before I said any more. A surge of nervousness swam inside my stomach. I'd called Detective Knowles late last week, and he hemmed and hawed, then brushed me off. Even when Roger contacted him, he balked at attending a meeting to discuss new evidence in a case he considered closed. But when Bertrand Lafont called him and spouted key words like police cover-up, miscarriage of justice, and the biggest kicker, media frenzy, if the news happened to find out that new evidence in a high-profile murder case had been overlooked, he reluctantly agreed to meet with us. Although my first encounter with Mr. Lafont had not gone well, I was still amazed at the amount of support he'd given to me during the last week. When I contacted him last Monday to discuss Jack's case, he'd been more than eager to help. I doubted his willingness to assist me stemmed from any sort of altruism, though. I suspected Mr. Lafont's support likely sprang from the fact that he would enjoy the sound of his own voice as he proclaimed his client's innocence and lambasted the shoddy investigative techniques in front of the local police and media. Whatever reason Mr. Lafont had really didn't matter to me, because in the end, clearing Jack's name was my sole focus. I was simply grateful for his help and the items he'd prepared for today's meeting, since it was taking all my energy to keep a cohesive train of thought on the tracks. I slipped out of my office and took the back hallway to the restroom. Oddly, I wasn't nervous about talking to any of them except Mr. Rowland. The man was in the middle of grieving for his daughter and probably felt a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders when he heard Jack was dead, believing my husband was the one who killed her. I understood the feeling. Even though Jack's death was accidental due to a previously unknown allergy to penicillin, I still wanted answers. Finding out exactly what happened to him was next on my agenda after today's conference. Washing my hands, I made the mistake of looking at my unrecognizable reflection in the mirror. Gaunt, pale, black circles the size of saucers under my eyes. Dull gray hairs seemed to have sprouted up everywhere overnight. I looked 20 years older. Mom and Regina were right. I was starving myself to death as grief ate away at me. I made a mental note to fix a healthy meal tonight, something with a lot of protein, and force myself to eat it. I should have listened to them sooner. I was about to walk into a meeting and try to convince two people who were adamant of his guilt that Jack was innocent, and I looked like a walking corpse. I walked back to my office and dug through my bag, clutching my evidence to my chest. I said a silent prayer and headed to the conference room, steadying myself for the battle I was about to wage, cloaked only in the shield of faith and love. Roger, Mr. Rowland, and Mr. Lafont were already seated around the oval conference table. The air of the room shifted when I walked in. The quiet mumbling between the three powerful men stopped, and intense anger bubbled under the surface of Mr. Rowland. The old saying, "if looks could kill," never rang more true. The electrical charge of his anger was so strong, the small hairs on my arms and neck stood erect. Breathe. You can do this. For Jack. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for coming." I said, my voice sounding much more confident than I felt. I moved to the open seat next to Roger, unsure as to whether I should pass my condolences along to Mr. Rowland or not. Thankfully, I didn't have to make that decision because Detective Knowles sauntered in right behind me and barked,
"All right, everyone is here. No time for beating around the bush. Why did you call us all down here, Mr. LaFont?"
Bertrand smiled, his chiclet teeth gleaming across the room.
"Why, Detective Knowles, I thought I made it very clear on the phone. A miscarriage of justice has been done, and we brought you here to help us rectify it. To help us not only clear an innocent man's name, but find a killer who is still at large."
Before the detective could sit down, Philip Rowland interjected.
"I'm only here because Roger insisted I come. I don't appreciate this little game, whatever the reason. I'm in the middle of dealing with the loss of my daughter, brutally slain by your husband, Mrs. Dickinson,"
he growled, his enormous, sausage-like finger pointed at me.
"My wife and I are still trying to come to terms with her death, and now you want to rip open the wound that's still in its first stages of scabbing over and pour a bucket of salt on it? It's simply deplorable. Downright deplorable."
"Philip, please," Roger soothed.
"I've been your lawyer and your friend for over 20 years. You don't really think I would put you through this if we were just running on hunches here, do you?" "I'm not sure what to think anymore, Roger. For God's sake, I just buried my only child less than 2 weeks ago,"
Philip said, slamming his fist on the table.
"Less than 2 weeks.
Please, Lord, give me the words. Open their eyes and hearts to the truth. Gentlemen, please, this situation is difficult for all of us. Mr. Rowland, my heart aches for your loss because, believe me, I understand the crushing grief of losing someone you love. Serena's life was cut short by the hands of a brutal killer, but it wasn't my husband." The room went deathly silent as Philip Rowland locked eyes with me. Intense hatred shot from them, the grief and anger consuming him. For a moment I thought he might come across the table and attack me. Had I been a man, he probably would have. I held his gaze, unwilling to let his anger dissuade me. Detective Knowles sat down at last.
"So, Mrs. Dickinson, instead of wasting any more of our time and causing more pain to a grieving father, show us your purported evidence."
Roger piped up.
"There is no need for adding fuel to an already volatile situation, Detective. Please, all that we are asking is 5 minutes. Let Melody and Mr. LaFont speak and show you what they've found."
"You've got 2 minutes and then I'm gone," Philip Rowland hissed. A large vein that meandered from his left eyebrow and disappeared into his hairline throbbed with fury. His fingers were interwoven so tightly together that they had turned white from the pressure. I read the look behind his eyes. He wished they were around my neck. My fingers shook as I placed the photographs I brought from home on the table. I slid one set over to Mr. Rowland, the other to the detective. Mr. LaFont produced still copies of the surveillance video, one set labeled A of Jack when he arrived at the hotel, a B set when the perpetrator exited the elevator, and a close-up picture taken at the lingerie store, labeled C. If you look closely at the body shape, style, girth, and height of the man in picture A, you'll see he is bigger than the one in picture B by at least 1 full inch, and probably 20 pounds. Note the height difference in comparison to the flowers on the table. Jack stood 6'1" barefooted. You'll notice that between the 2 images, in the B image, the man is a little over 1 inch shorter. The flower stalks are visible above his head, whereas in the first picture, they are not. Detective Knowles at least feigned interest in looking at the photos, but Philip Rowland's eyes never left my own. His ruddy face was now glowing red, like he had been in the sun all day. It looked like he was going to explode at any second. If I didn't hurry up and get to the other image and the affidavit of Mrs. Preston, I was afraid he would storm out. So I continued. Now, if you notice, the picture labeled C was taken at the lingerie store. Mr. Lafont was kind enough to have it enlarged. I ask you all to look carefully at the skin on the hand holding the underwear. Jack had a scar from a burn that covered nearly all the skin on the back of the same hand. The pictures I placed here in the middle of the table are recent photographs of Jack, clearly showing the scar. Now, if you'll—
Enough,
bellowed Mr. Rowland. The power and timbre of his deep voice made me jump. He stood up so fast his chair flew out behind him and fell over with a loud thump.
I've heard enough, Roger. I can't believe you thought this drivel would be worth my time. You brought me here to look at altered photos and listen to the wife of the man who killed Serena ramble on about her pathetic fantasies. I'm done.
Philip, listen. Just sit down. There's other evidence as well, Mr. Rowland, if you'll just— Mr. Rowland cut both lawyers off by addressing Detective Knowles.
If you so much as think about reopening this case and try to drag me and my wife through this sideshow song and dance, I'll have your badge, and you won't be able to find a job guarding a portable toilet. Screw this, I'm done. Oh, and Roger,
he added, turning his attention away from the detective.
Our friendship just ended. If you wish to keep me as a client, then get rid of her, because the next time I come in here and see her, I may forget she's a female.
Mr. Rowland stormed out, the sound of the door almost being ripped off its hinges resonating throughout the room. 3 sets of eyes moved from the door over to me. Roger looked like he was going to be ill as he stood up, excused himself, and went after his friend. Mr. Lafont looked a bit stunned, while skepticism and disgust graced the face of the detective.
Well, that could have gone a bit better. He didn't even give us a chance to show him the—
my lawyer began, and Detective Knowles interrupted.
What did you expect, Mr. Lafont? For him to stand up and shake your hand for telling him he can't put this nightmare behind him yet? Please, he's right. These pictures aren't near enough to dispute the solid evidence we have against Mr. Dickinson.
You have his DNA from a consensual sexual act, Detective Knowles.
Recall, during your interrogation with my client,
Mr. Dickinson readily admitted to being in the room and having sex with Ms. Rowland. You have the emails and text messages exchanged between the two of them from the last several months, where it is very clear that they were engaged in an affair. He also admitted he fled the room in a panic soon after he was told about the pregnancy. His recollection of events is supported by the video evidence. And yet I recall 2 more pieces of information you seem to have forgotten. One is that he had no defensive wounds anywhere on his person, nor marks on his hands. Judging by the injuries Miss Rowland sustained to her face, the perpetrator would have at least had a few scrapes or cuts on their hands, especially after the blow to her mouth, even while wearing gloves.
Are you suggesting—
Detective Knowles seethed, but Mr. Lafont ignored him.
And 2, correct me if I'm wrong, but the articles of clothing you obtained from Mr. Dickinson's residence, I bet you dollars to donuts when the test results are in, there will be no blood found. The photos taken from the Dickinson household show no immediate evidence of blood.
Detective Knowles rose from his chair, his anger rising with him. I decided I needed to intervene before a full-out brawl ensued. Please, Detective, no one here is trying to undermine your investigation of the case. I'm his wife, for heaven's sake, and even I had initially believed he was guilty based off what I saw in those photos and all the other evidence. But after I calmed down and looked through the pictures with less emotional eyes, that's when minor inconsistencies began to pop up. To be honest, in the back of my mind, I thought it just might be wishful thinking on my part, to force myself to believe Jack was innocent. Swallow the story so I could live the rest of my life without going insane thinking I'd been married to such a monster. But when my neighbor across the street came over and told me this," I said, sliding a copy of the sworn affidavit of Mrs. Preston in front of him, "I realized I'm not some rambling mad widow who refuses to believe she lived with a dormant killer. I'm the widow of a man wrongfully accused and incarcerated for a murder he did not commit. I am asking, no, I'm begging you to look at what we have brought to you with an open mind. If you do, I guarantee you will come to the same conclusions we have and realize Jack was innocent." I could see the conflict battling behind the detective's eyes. He was both drawn and repulsed to the piece of paper in front of him. The law enforcement side wanted to view the new evidence, damning to his credibility or not, but the human side of him wanted to walk away with his ego still intact. The room was silent while the war raged on inside him until a winner emerged. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Bertrand was frozen in his seat, eager to speak but savvy enough to know better. I was damn near chewing a hole through my bottom lip to keep my own voice silent and my gaze steady with the detective's. The cop side won, and Detective Knowles averted his angry green eyes away from me and down to the paper. I watched his eyes scan the page, his face betraying his doubt, his brow furrowing with concern as he flipped the pages and continued reading. He reached the end, and I couldn't read his face. "Please, please, let him see. Soften his heart, Lord." He looked deliberately at me.
The memories of an 80-year-old woman, plus these pictures, aren't enough. They don't negate the solid evidence, and I'm certainly not going to approach the prosecutor with this so-called new evidence. As I said earlier, the case is closed. Mrs. Dickinson, I'm sorry for your loss, but it's time you moved on. Forget about this fairy tale and get on with your life. Good day.
I tried to hold the tears at bay, at least until the detective exited the room. It didn't work. They burst from my eyes like a levee had just broken, splashing down on the conference table in silent drops. I hated myself for being weak, for letting my emotions get the best of me. Bertrand noticed and followed the annoyed detective out the door and into the lobby. The room blurred as my tears continued to fall. I slumped down in the seat and let them come. This had been our one chance to get everyone on board, to present them with what we'd found, and it just blew up in our faces. Not only would none of them ever listen to any of us again, but from the sound of things, I might be out of a job. If Mr. Rowland was serious about wanting me fired, I couldn't imagine Roger would stand up for me. I was, after all, just a paralegal. I didn't bring any revenue to the office. Mr. Rowland did. Huge money. Money talked and people listened. And if Roger listened, I would be living with Regina quicker than I thought. I closed my leaking eyes and prayed, "God, why? You showed me all these things, yet no one will listen to me, or any of us. If this isn't the road you want me to travel, I understand. But I believe it is, and it seems divine intervention is going to be necessary to make them see." A surge of peace washed over me, enveloping me like a warm blanket fresh from the dryer. It might have been my mind's way of keeping me from sinking into a nervous breakdown, or it may have been the voice of an angel or even God himself. But I clearly heard, in my mind, "O ye of little faith." I clung with all my might to the words, beseeching the Lord to keep me strong.
You're still here? Goodness, Melody, you need to go home. It's been a very long day.
I hadn't been working for the last 2 hours while I sat at my desk. A stack of untouched paperwork sat on my desk, and I couldn't get my brain cells in line to concentrate on them. I had been staring out the window in a comatose-like haze as my mind spun through scenarios of what I needed to do next. Overwhelmed with too many choices and unsure which direction to take, my body took over and forced me to remain motionless until my brain slowed down. I glanced at the clock and saw it was after 8 in the evening. I rubbed my tired eyes and apologized to my worried boss. "I'm sorry, Roger, I sort of zoned out. I didn't notice the time. You're right, I need to go. Can't seem to get the work juices flowing. I'll be back early in the morning to finish up the filings and work on dictation."
"No, you won't,"
Roger said, lowering himself into the chair in front of my desk. He looked just as tired as I'm sure I did. My pulse quickened. Terrified his next words would be to say I was fired.
"You will go home, get some rest, and do exactly as I told you before. Take some time off from work. I'm not trying to be rude, but Melody, you look like at any moment you're going to collapse. You have pushed yourself too hard, too fast. We will manage without you for a while. You need to concentrate on taking care of yourself."
"Is this your polite way of firing me?" Roger gave a small smile, his bloodshot eyes never leaving my own.
"Melody, of course not. If I didn't want you in my employ any longer, I think you know me well enough to realize that I would just flat out tell you. As I have said before, you are an invaluable asset to this firm, and I can't imagine trying to train someone new to handle all the things you do. You will have a job here for as long as you wish."
I couldn't stop the heavy sigh of relief. Oh, thank God. I think that's why subconsciously I didn't go home. I was waiting for the bombshell of losing my job to hit. You know, after what Mr. Rowland said. Roger sat forward and leaned against the edge of my desk, his right hand held up to shush me.
"Wait. Are you saying you have been here all this time because you thought I was going to come in at the end of the day and let you go? Just because some client bellyached about you? Come now, Melody. If I let employees go every single time a client voiced concerns about them, I would be working here alone. Philip may be a big client and my friend, but he doesn't dictate what I do, how I do it, or who I enlist to help me accomplish my tasks. Besides,"
he said, leaning back in the chair again,
"I don't cave in to pressure, no matter where it's from, and I surely don't like being threatened. Philip was just blowing off angry steam, as I'm sure you can imagine. We dropped a big pile of, on his doorstep today. Can't really say I blame him, considering the subject matter."
"Thank you, Roger. That's a huge relief. Yes, I was worried. Terrified, actually. Losing my job would just be the final thin wafer necessary for my brain to explode."
Roger chuckled. "You and Monty Python. Have you ever gone a week without quoting something from those silly movies?"
I felt the heat rush into my cheeks. Doubtful. Jack and I both loved the wry British humor.
"Listen, Melody, you tried your best today. I know you were in full press mode to clear Jack's name, and really, I understand your motivations. The evidence you showed us all earlier today does give rise to his innocence. Hell, if I had a client walk in here with that much information that would easily provide reasonable doubt, I'd never lose a case. But, and please don't take this the wrong way when I say it, I think you need, at least for now, to refocus your sights. Clearing Jack's name is a personal thing for you, and it might take a long time to see to fruition. The case I believe should garner your full attention is what happened to him at the jail."
Shocked, I argued, "I'm not giving up on my quest, Roger. A lawsuit against the county is not my #1 priority at the moment."
"It needs to be. Think about it, Melody. Jack's death at the jail was from negligence on the part of the staff. His guilt or innocence does not play a role in that fact. However, with the documentation you have and the obvious missteps by the staff, you have enough ammunition to aim straight at the coffers of the county. Bertrand is already chomping at the bit to move forward. If you will allow us to take on the case, then I can almost guarantee you the county will cave and throw a load of cash your way to keep it from going to trial. They will have no problem settling to keep things under the rug. Again, not trying to overstep my bounds here, but I imagine finances are dwindling fast for you now that Jack's income has dried up. Filing a suit against the county is the quickest way to replenish your bank account.
I remained silent while I chewed on his words. The one thing I hated about the law was the greediness that seemed to consume it. Money ruled with a green iron fist. I had wondered several times over the years if that was the first class all aspiring attorneys were forced to take. Greediness 101. True, my finances were a scary issue I had only touched upon in my head. The numbers all pointed to me being forced to sell my house and move in with either my mother or Regina. Jack's insurance proceeds and small retirement wouldn't begin to pay off our mounds of debt. The funeral, as meager as it was, had wiped out Jack's last paycheck, and my monthly salary didn't come close to covering the minimal monthly expenses. The green machine is chugging along, barreling through your thin layer of morals, Melody. Money shouldn't be your god. Restoring your husband's good name should be. A hint of anger at the sound of my Meemaw's cackling voice slithered up my spine. What? Had my conscience decided to speak to me in the raspy cadence of my dead grandmother? Oh man, I needed to get some rest and eat because Insanity Island was just around the bend. Roger watched me with knowing eyes, his lips pursed together as he awaited my response. Suddenly the light bulb went off inside my head, illuminating the dark halls with a brilliant glow from the epiphany. If we file a civil suit against the county, well, specifically against the head of the jail, right? For wrongful death?
Yes, correct. Then we can introduce all the evidence pointing to Jack's innocence from the get-go. Wait until they get a load of the evidence.
Roger finished, smiling from ear to ear when it became clear I understood what he and Bertrand had planned.
The press will have a field day, and Jack's name will be cleared in the court of public opinion once a few unnamed sources leak out tidbits of the case to the media. When the news breaks with the truth and the media comes a-calling on your doorstep this time, we grant them an interview. Waylay them with all the documentation showing Jack was falsely accused and incarcerated, which culminated in his life being taken due to neglect. The widow standing up for justice for her husband. People will lap it up, and the county will be falling all over itself to pay for your silence.
Yep, there it was, the greed factor. Roger was lit up like a Christmas tree while he babbled on, no longer directing his words toward me. He was verbalizing his case strategy. I knew he meant well, and the plan was a great one in terms of bypassing the red tape of trying to get the police department to reopen Jack's case. I watched Roger as he went into full legal eagle flight and paced around my office, detailing his approach to take on the county and raid the coffers. This wasn't the first time I had witnessed Roger lose himself inside a case. It wasn't like Roger didn't represent all of his clients with professionalism and his 100% effort, but a few cases over the years had ignited a deep sense of injustice inside him. The first time I had seen him like this was when a 3-year-old girl had been killed in a freak explosion from a faulty generator, and he took on the manufacturer. He had turned into a pit bull that latched onto the soft throat of the enemy, not stopping until the carcass of the neglectful corporation had its throat ripped out and lay convulsing on the ground. I tuned Roger out while he jabbered, thanking the Lord for not only placing me in a job that had such a great boss who also happened to be a legal genius, but also for Roger's willingness to help me. If he and Bertrand took from my shoulders the burden of proving Jack's innocence, then that would afford me the opportunity to become an amateur sleuth on my own and start digging around to find the real killer. I bit my lip at the thought, wishing I had the money to hire a private investigator. Even one of the guys who did background research for the firm would work. But that wasn't in the financial cards for me, so I would have to learn to be a modern-day Nancy Drew on my own.
Melody, did you hear me?
Huh? Oh, sorry. I'm just a tad overwhelmed here and a ton of exhausted. Doesn't make for a good combination. What did you say? Roger had stopped pacing and stood by the door to my office, his hand on the knob. I knew he hated it when he had to repeat himself, and was surprised when he didn't look at me with anger, but sympathy. I'm not sure which was worse.
I said you need to shut down and go home for the evening. Bertrand and I are meeting first thing in the morning tomorrow to discuss strategy. Right now, there's no need for you to be there, so you need to do 3 things for me. Are you listening?
Yes, sir.
1, go home. 2, eat, preferably a lot. 3, and this is the most important one, so please pay careful attention. Stop worrying and get some rest. Let Bertrand and I take care of this and you concentrate on healing, okay? I need you around to keep this place running smoothly.
I felt my throat constrict from the lump of hot tears that appeared. The rays of the sun always shine brighter after a hard rainstorm. Unable to form any words, I nodded in silent agreement. Roger sensed I was on the verge of another crying jag and returned my smile, then left my office in silence. The minute the door was closed, the salty tears sprinted down my cheeks. I wiped them away with shaking fingers, irritated at myself for bawling yet again. I wasn't a crier, and this tearing up at the drop of a hat mode I was in needed to hurry up and end. I shut my computer down, gathered up my purse, and called my mom as I headed out to the parking deck. "Hey, Mom, I've got some good news. I'm leaving work now and should be there in about 15 minutes after I stop and grab something to eat." "Well, I can't wait to hear it, but I will have no such thing. You make the trip in 10 and eat the chicken and dumplings I have warming on the stove. You need some rib-sticking calories, my little sunshine. Be careful driving. Keep that lead foot of yours under control." I couldn't help but smile at how strange life could be sometimes. Truly, the Lord did work in mysterious ways. This day started out in the pits and then took a nosedive into the bowels of hell itself. Yet before the day had ended, it had righted itself and turned out better than I thought possible. Chapter 14. Monday evening. My eyes burned from staring at the same pieces of paper for the last 2 hours. A dull ache pulsed behind my sinuses with each breath, and I wished the aspirin I'd taken minutes before would kick in. I rubbed my temples and thought about my earlier visit with Mom. Although she had been pleased with my report of the events of the day, she couldn't hide her worry from me. I tried my best to put on a happy face, telling her I was fine physically and emotionally. I even made a big production of eating 2 bowlfuls of the comfort food she'd fixed for me. She didn't seem to connect the fact the food didn't stay down when I excused myself and went to the bathroom. With gentle assurances, I told her Bertrand and Roger had everything lined up and that she need not worry about me. I held her hand in mine at the table and told her my faith was stronger than it had ever been, and God would get me through this, and the sadness behind her hazel eyes melted away. When I left her house, my superb acting seemed to have placated her fears, and she looked less frail and more in control, as I waved goodbye from my car and headed home. Kendall greeted me at the door when I arrived, his watch melody shift underway. Regina had gone home to do some much-needed household chores and left the duties of keeping me company in the hands of Kendall. The first 30 minutes after my arrival home consisted of rehashing the day's events to him as I sat and he listened with eager ears. When my story was complete and his questions answered, he headed to the bathroom to work on my leaky toilet. That had been hours ago, and even though I had tried to stretch out on the couch and get some rest, my mind was too keyed up to shut down. Resigning myself to the fact that sleep wasn't a word my body wanted to hear, I had gotten back up and been in the kitchen ever since, poring over the files pertaining to Jack. I jumped when Kendall spoke. "I'm finished. The toilet is finally quiet and no longer running. Sorry it took me so long. I hope I didn't wake you up." Kendall wiped his brow with a dirty hand, then moved over to the sink and stuck his long fingers under the cold water. It was close to midnight, and it had taken him almost an hour to fix the guest bathroom toilet. When I had mentioned yesterday the stupid thing wouldn't stop running and asked for the recommendation of a good plumber, Kendall insisted he could fix it. I knew he was just trying to help keep my expenses low, and I did appreciate his kind offer. But I also knew Kendall wasn't the handyman type. Jack used to tease him all the time about being such a dolt when it came to manly, mechanical type things. How many trips had Jack made over to Kendall's to repair something Kendall inevitably broke? Hundreds, it seemed like. I looked up from the papers spread out all over the kitchen table and smiled. Oh no, sleep seems to be my enemy these days. I've just been going over things, writing thoughts and memories down as they come. Thanks, Kendall. You and Regina are godsends. But you didn't have to come over so late on a work night. It could have easily waited until the weekend. Here, sit down and have a glass of tea with me, I said, pouring him one. He finished wiping his hands on the dish towel and lumbered across the kitchen floor, his limp more pronounced than normal. It probably hurt his knee to be crouched in the small confines of the front bathroom for so long. He sat down with a loud plop in the seat across from me. A twinge of guilt at letting him play plumber hit me as I watched him wince. "Kendall, I appreciate your help, but I really could have called someone to fix it. Your knee's bothering you, isn't it?" He waved a meaty paw in my direction. "Girl, I won't hear of it. Regina would skin my hide for letting you do that, and then cook me up for breakfast. And my knee? Shoot, it hurts all the time no matter what I'm doing. Ought to see me after a hunting trip. I limp around like a 90-year-old man then. That's what getting long in the tooth does to you. Body starts failing, hair starts falling, wrinkles set in, and a paunch suddenly appears," he said, patting his belly and then rubbing his knee. "My little trophy from my stupid younger years wants to make sure I always remember never to race motocross again. Besides," he continued, taking a huge slurp of cold tea, "I won't have you spending your money on things Jack would have normally done. What kind of best friend would I be if I let his widow down? A poor one, that's for sure. And I ain't got no intention of having Jack give me a good butt chewing when we meet again on the other side. Nope, no way. I've already got enough to answer for. Don't need to add to the list." Oh no, we aren't going there right now. I know this conversation is going to happen, but I need nicotine first. I don't have the mental strength. Change the subject, Mel. With a tenable grip on my emotions, I replied, "You two have always been thicker than thieves. I don't think he could have loved you more, even if you were truly blood brothers. Now it's late, and I already feel bad enough that you are still here and in pain. Sit a spell and catch your breath and go home. You don't need to stay here and babysit me no matter what Regina says. I'm a big girl, I promise." I forced a 1,000-watt smile to appear, hoping it covered my real thoughts. Kendall looked down and feigned studying the contents of his glass. He may have been able to hide the feelings raging by looking away, but he couldn't mask the pain in his voice when he spoke. He loved you so much, Mel. More than I think you really knew. A wave of mixed emotions hit me all at once. Part of me wanted to cry the tears of mourning for the loss of my husband. Another part wanted to shout, "Oh yeah, then explain why he cheated on me and was going to have a child with another woman." And yet another part of me, something locked away so deep its voice was barely audible, whimpered, "Ah, yes, he loved me. And I am just reaping the dark harvest of my wicked seeds sown in my youth. The sins of the past are interwoven in the tragedies of the present. I killed him, Kendall. I drove him over the jagged edge that is the line between love and hate, devotion and nonchalance. He was a good man, and I turned my back on him when he needed me the most. How many times did he reach for me, needing the comfort of his soulmate, only to have me turn away? Instead, I said, I miss him so much, Kendall. I know where he is, and that I will see him again, but sometimes it just doesn't help. There are so many things I need to say to him. Oh, God, if I could just hear his voice one more time. Sorrow slammed into my chest, but I refused to let it overtake me. Thankfully, Kendall was still staring at the interior of his glass, which allowed me a moment to compose myself. If he had looked at me with those big, sad puppy dog eyes full of his own grief at losing his best friend, I would have lost it. I took a hefty slurp of tea, stood up, and walked over to the back door. I wish I could say it's nice outside, but I can't. Join me in the humidity? It's almost midnight, so the mosquitoes should be gone. I need to let Simba out, and you and I both look like we could use some nicotine. Simba bounded out the door, and I wasn't far behind her. Kendall rose painfully from his spot at the dining room table and followed me outside. I lit 2 smokes and handed him one. God, standing out here puffing away takes me back. Remember how we stood out here and almost froze to death when that big ice storm hit? Kendall said, seeming as eager to change the subject as I was. I let out a plume of smoke, and it hung in the heavy air around me. Oh, yes, it was so eerie. No noise at all except the sporadic cracking of pine trees. My gosh, I think we were without power for almost 2 weeks. It was hard to enjoy the beauty of everything covered in ice when the fear of a tree smashing into the house was at the front of our thoughts. Kendall eased himself into the stand-alone swing and smiled at the memories. I remember Jack giving me a hard time because I couldn't figure out how to get the generator to work. I felt like a real fool after trying for over 2 hours, only for him to point out it had no gas. Duh, lost my man card for sure that day. Oh, now, Kendall, don't feel bad. Recall that Jack wrecked the four-wheeler, twice, I believe, trying to play the neighborhood big shot by offering to go to the store and fetch supplies for our stranded neighbors. By the time the ice melted, the four-wheeler looked like it had been through a war zone. Kendall threw his head back and laughed. I did forget about that. Of course, even the best drivers were crashing all over the place. How could you not? We had over 5 inches of ice. We laughed for a moment at the memories that seemed like eons ago. But the laughter soon faded and uncomfortable silence ensued. I could tell he had something on his mind that he needed to say, and even though I wasn't a betting woman, I would have bet the house I knew what the something was. It had been in the forefront of my own thoughts for quite some time, poking and prodding, like sharp needles underneath a fingernail. This was the first time that Kendall and I had been alone since this nightmare began. When Regina called me at work and told me she was going to stay at her own house tonight, and she had arranged for Kindle to come stay, I had cringed on the inside. I wanted to tell her to call him back, that it wasn't necessary and I would be fine alone. But I knew her well enough to know that arguing with her once a plan was locked in place was pointless. Besides, she would start asking nosy questions if she smelled even the slightest scent of something amiss. And me requesting not to be alone with Kindle would have sent her into sensory overload. The cicadas, which had been abnormally loud earlier, were oddly silent. It seemed even they knew Kindle and I were about to begin a conversation neither of us wanted to have, and that shameful hidden secrets were about to be revealed. I lit another cigarette and listened to the tinkle of the ice in my glass as I summoned up the courage to start the conversation. I was finding it difficult to form words. I knew what Kendall wanted to discuss, but I also knew when I told him the secret I had kept for over 21 years. Our friendship might not survive the deception. The thought of losing another person I loved in my life made my stomach drop and left me lightheaded. Mel, I need to talk to you. Need to ask you a few questions. Only ones you can answer. Ain't nobody I've ever known can come close to explaining God's word in such a way that even an old country bumpkin like me can understand. Thank goodness he spoke first. Okay, so maybe I was wrong. He doesn't want to discuss that night. I looked across the patio at him as he rocked in the swing. The dim light from inside the kitchen and the faint glow from the moon above us caressed Kendall's features in a way that made it look like a larger version of Jack was sitting across from me. How many times had Jack and I sat in these exact same spots over the years and talked late into the evening? The sting of tears hit my eyes, so I yanked my glasses off and rubbed them away, feigning tiredness. My eyes still closed, I said, I don't deserve such praise, but thank you. So what's on your mind? Kendall fidgeted and repositioned his body in the swing. It was obvious he was nervous about whatever he was going to ask me. A full minute passed. Well, I'm sure I'll screw it up and my question won't make a lick of sense. So bear with me while I try and figure out how to ask it. I think I need to give some backstory first, okay? It's okay, Kendall, just take your time. I'm listening. I know me and Jack both have told you some crazy stories about our younger days, like the one I told you the other night, when I'd had one too many. By the way, sorry about that. No need to apologize. We all have dark memories we wouldn't want the world to see and cringe when they appear. Go on. Well, I have a story to tell you that even he didn't know about, and pertains directly to my question, which I promise I will get to once I give you some backstory here. Of course, you already know Jack and I met in 6th grade, became friends, played every sport our school offered together, and pretty much hung out every day right up until y'all got married. And I'm pretty sure you know about the day that solidified our friendship. Yes, the day you saved him from getting a beating from the local thug after gym class. Guy, wasn't that his name? Guy Powell? Kendall's smile was sad, full of wistful memories. Yep, Guy Powell. I walked in when him and another kid, Tommy Hankins, were harassing Jack once the locker room was empty. You know, back then Jack hadn't hit his growth spurt yet. I was almost 4 inches taller than him, and he was kind of a pale, sickly-looking kid. Before he met me, he didn't go outside much. You know how he loved to read. That began when he was just a young'un. So I walked in and stopped them before they roughed him up over his lunch money and new sneakers. I think Jack may have hung around me back then because he thought I could be his personal brute or something. I don't know. Maybe he thought I was some kind of honorable guy for sticking up for the wimpy kid. Maybe he admired the fact that I beat the living crap out of Guy's face. Maybe he wanted to hang out because he hoped I'd teach him how to fight.
Maybe he wanted to hang out with the rich kid from the other side of the tracks. I don't know. We never talked about that day. It just became the starting point in our journey together.
Kendall took a deep breath. He stood up abruptly from the swing and began to pace around the deck.
None of those things are why I crushed Guy's nose and bloodied his lip, then kept pounding on him after he was down until Coach Richards pulled me off. What set me off was something that had nothing to do with Jack or could even remotely be considered heroic.
Intrigued, I asked, "Okay, so what was it then?" Kendall motioned for another cigarette. I handed him one, followed by the lighter, and watched his face light up when the flame sparked to life. He looked so much like Jack that for a moment I felt like I was looking at his ghost.
My home life, it was horrible. We may have lived in an upscale neighborhood in a fine house, and materially, I never wanted for a thing. New clothes, new toys, new cars when the time came. But behind the walls of the Rayburn household was a dark prison. A drug addict for a father, and a mother who spent her days cleaning every possible inch of our house, hoping she'd done it right before Dad came home and covered her in black and blue marks again. When I was still in grade school, Dad left me alone, saving his rage for my mom and leaving me be. I learned to keep as quiet as a church mouse when he was home, hoping that he wouldn't notice me and hurt me like he did Mom. But when puberty hit and I shot up like a weed, things began to change. Guess he finally noticed me and decided to get his bluff in before I matched him in height and weight. First it was just yelling, telling me what a no-good, worthless hunk of flesh I was. That I would never amount to nothing. That I was only alive because my mom had survived her punishment from him for being pregnant. You know, hateful, ugly things to destroy my will to fight back.
"Oh, Kendall, I'm so sorry." Kendall's pace picked up as his memories took control of his mind.
I never said a word to anyone. Mom and I didn't even talk about it. She'd spent years learning to hide the truth from our town. None of the ladies from church or her bridge club knew. She would just cower inside her marble prison until the newest batch of bruises disappeared. Her favorite story to explain away her absence from one event or another was that she was sick. God, everyone in town probably thought she had the worst immune system ever. After a few months of his verbal assaults, things became physical with me. A smack upside the head at the dinner table for not finishing my meal fast enough. A kick in the ribs while I watched television in the living room when he passed by, like I was a mongrel in his coked-out-of-his-mind way. He was constantly in my face, warning me how tough he was, and not to ever attempt to overstep my bounds in the house. Then, when he would start wailing on Mom instead of ignoring me like he'd done before, he'd stare right at me, his face smug, taunting. His lips curled back in a sick grin with each blow he landed on my mother's body, like he was daring me to step in and rescue her. His plan worked, and for the first 11 years of my life, I was completely petrified of him. When Mom and I would attend church services when she was free from Marks, I remember thinking each time the pastor mentioned Satan that I already knew what he looked like. I was living with him.
My heart ached for my friend. Jack and I had both known Kendall's childhood had been difficult, and honestly, we both suspected abuse occurred. Kendall rarely spoke about them, and when he did, his upbeat demeanor would change. His voice would become cold, distant, and edgy, like he was talking about strangers whom he felt no emotional contact with. I couldn't recall a holiday Kendall ever went to visit them while they were still alive. He preferred to hang out with us. He didn't even attend the funeral of either parent when they passed away, or shed a tear that I could recall, at least not in my presence. But when Jack's parents passed, Kendall wept like he was one of their children. Now I knew why. As Kendall relived his violent past, I couldn't help but say a silent prayer of gratitude for the wonderful families both Jack and I had been born into. Neither one of us came from money, But what our households lacked in monetary treasure was more than made up for in the amount of love and support both sets of parents doted on each of us. I wanted to say something, to offer a word of encouragement, but as I opened my mouth, I closed it again. My gut told me to let him finish. I watched him struggle to rein in his emotions. Men didn't often release such raw, honest thoughts. Most preferred to keep them buried inside until they festered and became septic. Kendall was extracting some of the toxic memories of his past, so I didn't interrupt. Besides, I couldn't help but wonder where he was going with this story. But that day in the locker room, something inside me snapped. When I saw the look of fear in Jack's eyes, pinned up against his locker like a wall decoration, and then the look on Guy's face, I lost it. It was like, instead of seeing the two of them, I saw my dad and me in their places. I was the terrified kid crushed up against the locker by my old man. I just, oh, you know, saw red and kinda went nuts. Beat the living tar out of that boy trying to make my old man pay for all the wrong he'd done to me and my mom. Kendall's voice was low, barely above a whisper. The pain seeped through his vocal cords and into the quiet, damp night air, hanging over us both like the smoke from our cigarettes. Heavy. Somehow I knew this was the first time that he had shared with anyone the painful journey of his childhood. And I sensed what he was about to share wasn't going to be much better either. Jack and I were like two peas in a pod after that. I stayed over at his house more than I did my own. Now you understand why. I was just as much a fixture at his parents' house as I am here. Deep down inside, oh God, I envied his life, Mel. I wanted to be him, not hang out with him. Even in my youth, I knew those thoughts were wrong and they made me angry on the inside. Jack's family was poor, we were rich. But Jack had a mom and dad who loved him, supported him, and treated him with kindness. I didn't. His mom was warm, welcoming, treated me like I was her own. His dad let me tag along when he and Jack went fishing or played ball outside or worked on their cars. I mean, I learned how to do things from a man who wasn't my own flesh and blood. Though I enjoyed it, I hated it at the same time. His voice cracked. Even in the dim light, I could tell Kendall was crying. He composed himself and wiped his nose on his hanky, and my stomach began to churn. I had a feeling I knew what was coming next. "Sorry about that," Kendall said, using his palm to remove the tears from his cheeks. "Kendall, you don't have to—" I began, but he stopped me. "Oh, yes, I do. Our friendship was based on a lie. Sure, eventually the envy and jealousy dwindled when I discovered I really did like hanging out with Jack. You know how funny he is, was. Always a smile on his face. Always saw the good in others. Ready to lend a hand to anyone in need, no questions asked. What he heard in church, he lived by. Or at least he tried to, being a preacher's kid and all. I remember thinking he was a tad off the times I went with him. He wasn't like the rest of us kids, all fidgety and not paying attention, too busy looking at the clock, waiting for the boring sermon to end and Sunday lunch to begin. Not Jack. He listened, followed along in his Bible, highlighting passages as the pastor spoke. I let out a bittersweet laugh. That was a habit he kept his whole life. I used to tease him about his Bible, told him it looked like a rainbow had exploded all over it. Lost in exercising his thoughts, Kendall didn't respond. I wasn't quite sure he'd even heard me. By the time our sophomore year rolled around, the moments of wishing I had his life were few and far between. I think Jack always felt like he owed me for stepping in and saving his hide from Guy. Seemed like he was always looking for a way to pay me back or something. Just a feeling I had, you know? Not that anything was ever talked about like that between the two of us. He finally got his chance our last day of school our senior year. How? I asked, trying to recall if Jack ever mentioned anything significant happening during that time. Nothing came to mind. By saving my butt from getting locked up, Kendall said, more animated now that the memories he seemed to have buried deep began to flow. Guy Powell hated us both ever since I ended his bullying days. He dropped out of school our junior year once the drugs got a hold of him. Rumor was that he left our little town and was running pot from Dallas to Little Rock on I-30 in his souped-up Chevelle. But me and Jack knew he was still sneaking back to town now and again. I'd wake up to a slashed tire, or Jack's house would be sporting a brick through a window. Another time, I went outside and my brand-new red Chevy was yellower than a school bus. Jack's tank had, cow poop dumped in it once. We didn't make the connection we might be in danger. I mean, Guy was hitting our possessions, not us. But when someone tried to set both of our houses on fire in the space of less than 20 minutes, we knew things had progressed. They went from being irritating teenage pranks to something much worse. Kendall was shaking with anger now. I went after him that night, lost all my cool after the fire in our garage was under control and the firemen carried out what was left of my dog, Ranger. I overheard the fire chief tell my dad it looked like he'd been doused with gas, then set on fire. Never said a word to anyone. I just slipped out the back, put my mom's car in neutral, and slid down the back driveway. I stopped at Whataburger and pulled in looking for Guy's drug buddy, Rupert. Asked him real nice if he knew where Guy was. Could tell he was lying the minute that mouth of his opened. But he started singing real pretty after I yanked him out of his car by the scraggly hair of his head. Told me he'd seen Guy partying down in the mud pits off old Highway 127 earlier. So that's where I went. I really don't know how Jack found out. Never asked him. That night we didn't talk about. Because when he rounded the bend on that old dirt road, it is the only thing that saved Guy's life. I was so mad I could have killed him. But Jack, he still had the cool head. He convinced me to quit beating the tar out of Guy, then told Guy if he wanted to continue breathing, he needed to leave town and never come back. And if he ever showed his face again, he wouldn't stop me from finishing him off. Told him that we'd just bury him in his car in the pits and no one would ever know he was missing. And sure wouldn't be able to find him, no matter how long they searched. It worked because Guy limped away and never came back. At least not for several years. My heart ached. If it had been Simba I knew, I would have gone crazy. Well, now there's one story that I had not heard before. Oh, Kendall, I'm so sorry. What a horrible thing to have happened. Poor Ranger. Yeah, it was pretty rough. And I hadn't given much thought to old Guy Powell in years. I mean, after all, it was a long time ago, and the last I heard he was in prison down in Texarkana. But Jack and I ran into him right before Christmas down in Sheridan. Did he tell you? No. There were many things Jack hadn't told me in the last few months, I was learning. Remember when I insisted Jack help me set up my new deer stand? Oh, yes, he complained for 2 weeks. He hated anything that had to do with hunting. He only went because you were driving him crazy. Yet another mistake to add to my list of screw-ups. We ran into Guy at the hardware store. He was working there and neither of us recognized him at first. He recognized us, though. Followed us out to the parking lot and some choice words were exchanged. Threats made. Apparently, he'd never forgotten that day in the mud pits. Threats? Who threatened who, and what kind of threats? Standard posturing by a one-time bully. He strutted around like an old rooster, clucking and a-yapping, said we would pay for our actions, that he was watching us, and we would never see it coming. I shot up off the chair. Kendall, why didn't you tell me this before? We need to call the detective. Mel, I already told the detective the entire story when he interviewed me. He didn't seem to think it was relevant. I really tried. Tried to get him to listen to me, to at least take the time to go and talk to Guy. He never said much, but I could tell by the look in his eyes he didn't believe me. I couldn't stop my legs from trembling. Yet another new piece to a complicated, convoluted puzzle was now in place. Though a bit far-fetched, a real suspect had emerged. Someone with a violent past who held a grudge against Jack. Someone who, according to Kindle, was no stranger to violence. I felt a flash of anger towards Kindle for not telling me earlier. I quashed it with the knowledge he had at least told the police. Plus, I was the one who hid like a child for almost 3 days, and he had tried to contact me. The chance to bring it up vanished when Jack died, and things had been so crazy ever since. Now was the first opportunity he'd had to talk to me. I could tell he had more to say and was just waiting for me to give some sort of signal that I was ready to listen. He motioned for another smoke, so I handed him the pack. He lit up, waiting a few seconds to let the nicotine calm his nerves and watching me pace. After a few hefty puffs, he sat down on the swing. Continue. I'm still listening. Just trying to absorb everything. Once I was bigger than my old man and a star athlete, things got, well, tolerable at home. Looking back now, I think the years of drug abuse set in then, and the old dog lost his bite. When my dad realized I wasn't afraid of him anymore, things quieted down. But the anger inside me, well, it never left. Things went along fine until college. I had the pick of any woman I wanted. Until Jack would enter the picture. Women were drawn to him. Did you know that, well, I saw you first? Uh-oh, this isn't going in the direction I thought it was. I shook my head no, unable to think of a verbal response. I did, God help me, but I was so mad at Jack when he told me the two of you had a class together and were going out on a date. He knew it, too, because he laughed and told me that the big jock just lost out to the bookworm. At first, I laughed it off, but the first time I saw the two of you together, I got angry. So angry, in fact, I decided to break the two of you up. So here we are now, and I am finally ready to ask my question. Will God forgive me for my past deeds that ended up leading to the death of my best friend? My stomach felt like a soccer player had taken up residence and was practicing for the World Cup. I waited for my anxiety level to calm down and chose my words with care, not just for Kendall's benefit, but mine as well. Give me the right words, Lord. God forgives all sin when asked with a humble heart and a willingness to change our ways, Kendall. He knows every mistake we've ever made or will make. That's all part of being our omniscient creator. To me, that is the most amazing thing about our Lord. Even though he knew all of our mistakes, he died for us anyway. However, just because he forgives our trespasses doesn't mean we won't reap the harvest of our sinful ways while here on earth. Our forgiveness from him is for the next life. The one we currently live in still carries the stains of our past. I saw Kendall's shoulders sag, relief settling over them. I needed to know what he meant by his last statement, though I was terrified of what the answers could be. I sensed this whole thing centered round that fateful night and tied into what I had to confess to him as well. Kendall, how did you try to break us up? And why do you think that something you did over 20 years ago caused Jack's death? Kendall let out a deep sigh. The girl you saw him kissing in his apartment? The one that led to, well, our night together? Oh, no. I am the one who put her up to it. Jack had been tutoring her, and I knew from the way she looked at him that she had the hots for him. So I gave her $100 and told her to come over at precisely 7:30, which is when I knew you two had a date. Jack had no idea she even knew where he lived. He'd been meeting her in the library for sessions. Anyway, I told her that when he opened the door she was to lay one on him. I I overheard a conversation the two of you had a few weeks prior about how cheating was a deal breaker in your opinion. So I set him up. Dear Lord, this can't be happening. Kendall was staring at me, waiting for a response. I couldn't seem to remember how to speak or breathe. I stared at him in disbelief as tears shimmered down his face, too stunned to even form a tear of my own. He looked terrified as he waited for me to say something about his revelation. Time seemed to stop, almost as if my mind shot out of my body and found itself back inside that night. Memories of that evening flooded my vision as I listened to Jack beg me to believe him when he swore nothing was going on. Meemaw's voice rang inside my head, just like he begged you to believe him that he didn't kill Serena. See, my darling, all of this started with you. Your sins have come home to roost. If you'd have just listened to me and your ma's advice and not fornicated, your Jack wouldn't be with me now. I had accused Jack of being a liar, given him a loud, tear-filled piece of my mind, and stormed out of his apartment. I screamed at him, saying I could never be with someone who cheated on me. I ran through the streets, tears splashing down my face at my stupidity for losing my virginity to a man who didn't value our love. Hurt, humiliation, and shame kept my legs pumping as I ran through the quad. I found myself sitting alone on a park bench a few blocks from campus, my tears of betrayal piercing the cold night air. Kendall appeared, sitting next to me, trying to comfort my broken heart as he offered me a drink from the bottle hidden inside a brown paper bag. His warm arm encircled my shoulder, and he whispered in my ear what a fool Jack was for not seeing what he had in front of him. There was a warmth in my belly as the alcohol hit it for the very first time. Our heated lips brushing together, Kendall's words of comfort lulled me into a drunken trance. The evening ended with us both under the warm covers of my bed, the sensation of spinning making me feel like I was dreaming. The panic and shame slammed into my head the next day when I awoke and looked around with sober eyes. It took me several minutes to compose myself. Wow, I never knew that. Not exactly sure how to feel about it either. Kendall's voice was low and pleading. Oh, Mel, please forgive me. I was young, stupid, and vain. Hated myself ever since. It got worse a few weeks later, after you got so sick and were in the hospital. I never realized how much Jack really loved you until then. At the time, I sort of thought the relationship was another short-lived college romance. He didn't know it, but I heard him praying in the chapel, begging God to heal you and spare your life, and thanking him for you deciding to stay with him. Never seen a man so broken nor watched one cry like that before. But I did that day, and the shame I felt for what we done has stayed with me ever since. The hospital, oh God. I have to tell him. Everything ties back to that one horrid night. A moment of weakness snowballed and created this avalanche. For a split second, the thought hit me square in the face. And if Kendall wasn't so much taller and broader than Jack, I would have given serious consideration that Kendall was the man in the video. He just proved he was capable of meddling in our lives, and he had wanted me. I dismissed the thought as soon as it crossed my mind. Though their features were near identical, Jack and Kendall looked nothing alike in the body structure department. I was bombarded with mixed emotions. Fury at Kendall's actions pulsed in my temples, yet shame at my own slammed inside my chest. Just because Kendall made some stupid play for me over 20 years ago, using a twisted game he concocted, didn't negate my own responses. Had I been stronger in my faith, I wouldn't have wandered down the path that destroyed my world, and Jack's, and Serena's, and soon, Kendall's. Sin's ripples spread across the pond, my dear. Nothing is left untouched. I ignored the warped voice of my Mima inside my head, though her words were dead on. I couldn't hold it in any longer. It was time to exorcise the cancer. Holding back my tears, I kept my voice steady as I revealed the secret that no one knew except me, God, and my attending doctor. The secret, it seemed, had twisted around inside of us all, intertwining our lives without mercy, like barbed wire wound tight around an ancient fence post. Time had embedded the barbs deep. Kindle, we all make choices in life. Sometimes they are the right ones, sometimes they aren't. Interfering in mine and Jack's relationship, wrong one. Our, night together, oh, so wrong. I assumed Jack was guilty, not only that night so long ago, but when he was arrested. And those two decisions were definitely wrong. Jack's choice to have an affair wasn't the greatest decision he ever made. That choice, and mine to freak out and not believe him and do everything in my power to get him out on bond, resulted in Jack's death. I said, my voice wavering. I took a fresh swig of cold tea before I continued. It's called being an imperfect human being. Let me share with you a piece of wisdom that my mother told me a long time ago. If you believe that God has the ability to forgive us for our mistakes, yet you don't forgive yourself, then you are putting yourself higher than the Almighty. That's called pride, plain and simple. Just as we are to forgive those who sin against us, we are to forgive ourselves as well. If you don't, as you well know, the seeds of guilt and regret take up residence inside us, sometimes growing to monstrous proportions. And believe me, you aren't the only person who holds secrets in their hearts. I have one too that I need to confess to you right now. You know, the Bible says to confess your sins one to another. And now I really understand why. Keeping them just tacks on extra guilt that compounds over the years, and in this case, resulted in tragedy. Confused, Kendall stared at me, his lips crushed together in concentration, while he contemplated my words. I let out a heavy sigh and felt the weight of my words bog my tongue down. I motioned for a smoke from Kendall and waited until the tip of it glowed red before I began. The reason I was in the hospital and almost died from massive blood loss was not because of a stomach ailment. I had a miscarriage. I didn't know it at the time, but I was pregnant with twins. What the doctor called ectopic pregnancies, one in each tube. They ruptured while I was in class, and I almost didn't make it to the hospital in time. I was in a lot of pain, but just assumed it was a really painful case of cramps. But when I saw how much blood I was losing, I realized it wasn't just a rough period. How I remained conscious while I drove myself to the emergency room can only be attributed to the Lord. My tubes were shredded. The doctor told me I would never be able to have children after the damage was assessed. And he was right. I paused and watched as Kendall digested what I'd just said. It took a few minutes, but at last the entire picture became clear for him. Pregnant? With twins? That was about a month after. 6 weeks, to be exact. I didn't know I was pregnant until I went to the hospital. But when I awoke in the bed after surgery and the doctor told me he was sorry, but I'd lost the babies, I sort of flipped out. A hysterical crying jag is a better description. I only calmed down when the doctor assured me that he was bound by my wishes, since I was an adult, not to say anything about the situation to anyone who asked. Since I didn't have insurance, there would be no probing questions asked, so he kept his promise and played along with my story about a bleeding ulcer when my family and Jack came to visit. I couldn't tell anyone because I didn't know which of you might be the father. Considering I was pregnant with 2 babies, it could have been you both. I felt it coming and knew I was helpless to stop it. A tidal wave of emotions, bottled up right next to the secret in the farthest recesses of my soul, overcame me. It was like I poked a hole in a pent-up dam. My fault, all of it. My fault Jack's dead. Should have told the truth, might have lost him, but he'd still be alive. Spent all our money on fertility treatments, knew I couldn't conceive, pushed him away, into the arms of another, abandoned him, left him in jail. Now he's gone. Oh, God. No more words erupted as great sobs heaved out of my chest. Chapter 15, Monday evening. Craig Knowles couldn't sleep. Again. He wondered how many hours of life he'd given up by denying his body rest. He slammed the case file shut and cursed inside his empty kitchen. A glance at his watch caused him to close his burning eyes. 2:45 in the morning. 6+ hours he'd spent sorting through the stacks of evidence for the umpteenth time. Every case he'd been lead on during the last 5 years would overtake his world until concluded. All the late nights, days away from home and no sleep, would turn Craig into a short-tempered bear. His compulsion to solve mysteries had ruined his last 2 marriages. At 40, Craig realized he'd made his choice in life. His sense of justice, his never-ending quest to solve the seemingly insolvable, would be his mate for life. Craig's hand grazed over the stubble on his chin. He wondered if this case would be the one that pushed him over the edge, the Delilah to his Samson. The murder of Serena Rowland wasn't just any case. It had all the elements that screamed headliner. A beautiful high society victim, the daughter of one of the richest men, if not the richest man in Arkansas, the only child of a man whose personality was gruff on a good day, detestable on the bad ones. An illicit affair with a married, much older man. A pregnancy, the result and the catalyst that ended her life. The man accused and arrested for her murder dead as well, a victim of ironic fate. When Craig was first assigned the case, he attacked it as he had every other one he'd ever worked, with tenacity. Like a pit bull, he sunk his teeth into the meaty flesh of the mystery and didn't let go. When the captain of his division yanked him behind a closed door and insisted that the case be given top priority, it didn't matter. The captain's relentless hounding didn't add much to Craig's determination to find the killer. There wasn't much room for more pressure from others. The mounds of evidence pointed to Jack Dickinson. In the hotel room, Craig had scrolled through the text messages in Serena's smartphone first. There were numerous messages that included racy pictures between her and a number she had labeled Jackie Boy. The most recent had been sent right before her death. Craig hit the jackpot when he checked her emails next. Hundreds of emails between her and Jack's work email address, most of them pathetic, lovey-dovey mush from Serena. A 10-year-old would have been able to deduce that Jack and Serena were involved in an affair, and that Serena had very strong feelings for Jack. Craig also noted that Jack's responses were less affection-laden than Serena's. He sensed that Jack wasn't looking for love, only a fun diversion from the boring life of a college history professor. In other words, solving the case had been as simple as connecting the virtual dots. And it happened in less than 24 hours. When Craig showed up on Jack Dickinson's doorstep early Monday morning, the man caved, admitting to the affair in the space of mere minutes. Craig recalled feeling a sense of satisfaction when he cuffed the man, his anticipation of marking the case closed in such a short time almost making him smile. When the news broke about Jack Dickinson's death, Craig found himself a tad disappointed. Not that he wasn't glad the murdering jerk was dead, but now he wouldn't be able to watch him squirm in court. Craig knew he was hated by almost every defense attorney in the state. He had impeccable case files and on-target investigation techniques to thank for that. However, the universe had taken the matter up and dealt out swift justice. So he closed the case and began working on the others that had piled up. That all changed after meeting at Roger Stanik's office earlier. Craig felt his blood pressure rise at the memory. He went to the fridge and refilled his water, his gut in knots. He was angry at himself for bending under the pressure to solve the case, moving faster through the evidence than normal. Had he taken more time, been more precise, he would have noticed the inconsistency of the pictures, or had a chance to interview the neighbor, the one who, if she was telling the truth, blew a huge hole in his case. Craig was also irritated that his obvious mistake was caught by the perp's wife and lawyer. When they presented their findings, he'd felt like someone had just punched him in the solar plexus. Craig was used to having his work dissected by defense attorneys while he sat by smiling, knowing his case was impenetrable. This one was different. He felt it. That small voice in his mind told him they were right. Craig hated that voice because it meant that he'd arrested an innocent man, one who was now dead, which meant Jack Dickinson's blood was on Craig's hands. His cell buzzed with an incoming text. Maybe it was Liz, the sexy blonde from Greens and Beans, who seemed to be content with booty calls, as she liked to call them, about twice a month. He hoped so because a romp with her would ease his tensions for sure. Craig felt a twinge of disappointment when he saw the message was from Lee German, his buddy who worked at the medical examiner's office. Like Craig, Lee worked odd hours and once immersed inside a case, lost track of all time. Lee, you around? Craig, yep, what's up? Lee, hitting Jim. Need a sparring partner. Craig's fingers tightened around the phone. The text was a secret code they'd worked out years ago, when one of them had something of great importance to tell the other. Lee and Craig had been friends since their Marine Corps days and worked the same odd hours, so no one would think it out of the ordinary, just two friends catching up while they worked to retain their youth and sanity with exercise. The truth was that the gym late at night was the perfect place to discuss cases without worrying about anyone overhearing their conversations. The tension in Craig's shoulders increased and the hair stood up on his arms. He knew the only time a visit to the gym was requested by either of them was when something major was going on. The last time Lee requested one, the information he provided ended up costing a seasoned detective his job for tampering with evidence. Craig, on my way. He moved into action, the adrenaline overriding his fatigue. He gulped down a protein shake, hoping it would not only give him some much-needed energy, but also help quell the burning in his gut. He slung his sports bag over his shoulder and secured his copy of the Rowland case file he kept in his small safe. Another habit he'd developed years ago, after seeing other, more seasoned detectives misplace files and crucial evidence. His way of circumventing that was to always keep a full copy at home. During his brief second marriage, he'd thought that if he was home more often, the boat wouldn't rock so hard. He later discovered that his wife wanted his body and mind at home, which wasn't an option when his nose was buried in piles of evidence. Craig navigated the quiet streets of Little Rock, his Jeep the lone vehicle on the road for most of his drive. The air conditioner was on full blast, yet didn't seem to make a dent in the heat. Craig felt the sweat pool under his arms and soak the back of his shirt. He couldn't recall a hotter summer. The weather was always strange in Arkansas, extreme highs and frigid lows. Normally, by this time of year, everything would turn ugly yellow from lack of rain. Not this year. The amount of torrential rain had kept the foliage green, and the humidity so dense it was hard to catch his breath. He couldn't wait to unleash his frustration with this case on the bag. By the time he was finished, the gym would probably need a new one. It had taken all of his intestinal fortitude to not smash his fist in his captain's face earlier. Craig felt his blood pressure soar as he recalled the unpleasant conversation. "Knowles, the case is closed. Jack Dickinson is dead. You did a fine job on the evidence, which all points back to him. Doesn't matter what his wife, his lawyer, his preacher, or God himself says, you've got plenty others that need your attention." "Sir, I realize this is a very sensitive case." "You bet your ass it is. Philip Rowland and his wife have gone through enough. I should be dressing you down for even considering attending such a farce of a meeting, and for not alerting me ahead of time about it. I thought I made myself crystal clear from the beginning that this case was to be handled with the utmost delicacy. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, though. I will assume that you were unaware of the intentions of that slimeball of Fontainne when you decided to show up at Stanek's office. Reasons aside for my attendance, it doesn't negate the information presented." "Doesn't negate? Knowles, are you out of your mind? I'm surprised I have anything left to sit on after the ass-chewing Philip Rowland gave me today. So before I lose any more flesh on my rump, let me make things perfectly clear to you. Are you listening?" "Yes, sir." "The Serena Rowland case is solved. Jack Dickinson killed her. And since Jack is now also dead, there is nothing left for you to work on. No getting ready for trial, nothing. Over. Put to bed. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, Knowles?" "Yes, sir." "I'm not sure you do. You look tired, worn out. Obviously, this case got to you. So consider yourself on paid vacation for the next week." "But, sir—" "Knowles, if you want your vacation to be unpaid, then by all means say another word." Craig felt his grip tighten around the steering wheel. He nudged his tongue around the sore spot inside his cheek. A dime-sized chunk was missing from after he'd clamped his jaws down to keep his mouth shut. He'd left the captain's office in silence, never even stopping by his desk. He went straight home and pulled out his copy of the case file, then began comparing the evidence he collected with the new information provided by Mrs. Dickinson. 2 hours in, his stomach began to burn. Now, as he pulled into the parking lot of the gym and saw Lee's Dodge was there, the fire in his gut erupted. The sensation he used to get when on point, like he was walking into a trap or something, bore down on him. Lee was waiting inside. "About time, PB. What did you do, keep it under 25? Says the guy who lives and works 3 blocks away. Recall, I had to drive over 10. Unlike you, I obey traffic laws even when the streets are empty." "What good is it to be a cop when you can't bend the rules? I mean, come on, who's going to give you a ticket? The bad Detective Pitbull is feared by all." Notice I didn't say big, just bad. Craig threw his bag on the floor and rummaged around for the tape, a hint of a smile on his lips. Pitbull is what everyone in his platoon called him. At 5'9", Craig had worked hard on building his physique's bulk, since he could do nothing about his stature. He shot a glance at Lee, who towered over him at 6'2". His nickname was a perfect fit as well, Giraffe. Lee even sported bright red hair and pale skin, so covered in freckles that their sergeant had often ribbed him about covering up while in the hot desert sun. Lee's long, gangly arms and legs didn't help matters. "I know you didn't call me down here just to listen to your sparkling wit. Here," he said, handing the tape to Lee. "Wrap yourself up. I think I'd rather hit you instead of the bag. You're getting on my nerves already, Giraffe." "Wait until I tell you what I found out. Then you will really want to hit someone, and it won't be me. Not that I'm worried. You hit like a girl." "Drop it on me, I'm already angry, and you run like one." "Jack Dickinson didn't kill that girl." Craig's heart began to pound. "Come again?" "Listen," Lee said, lowering his voice. He scanned the weight room once before he plopped down on the bench next to Craig. "Thurman has been acting weirder than normal ever since that Rowland girl hit the table, antsy, edgy. He's always been diligent about checking and rechecking findings before signing off on them, but not this time. He went beyond diligent. Obsessed is a better word. He literally stood behind me and watched while I performed the test on Jack's clothes. I mean, come on, it's not like I just started working there or something.
Get to the part about why Jack didn't do it.
I'm trying. Stop interrupting me. Well, I finished the analysis on the clothes you brought in last week,
and I'm just now hearing about the results?
Do you want me to finish this or not?
Sorry.
Anyway, there wasn't a trace of blood on the shirt or pants, not even a dribble. There were a few strands of Serena's hair on his shirt, but that's it. This, of course, shocked me. If those are truly the clothes he had on that day, then even if he'd washed them, they would still have traces. I mean, the girl was pretty beat up. Her blood would have been splattered all over him. I noted my findings, signed off on the electronic report, and as standard protocol, submitted a hard copy to Thurman, in person and not just on his desk. I told him my findings, and he tried to play it off like it was no big deal. The look on his face told me a different story. He freaked. Less than a minute later, he was out the door. Could you please make this story shorter than your neck? I'm wasting precious time that I could be pounding your face in right now. You want to go have a drink when I finish, I promise. So, yesterday afternoon, I overheard part of his phone conversation with a guy he kept calling Philip. Dude was seriously getting his ass ripped off. I was out back sneaking a smoke when Thurman came out. I think to do the same thing. He's a closet smoker, you know. Anyway, I couldn't hear everything. But this Philip guy was screaming about new evidence, pictures, and a new witness or something. Thurman was pacing like a cat in front of a kennel full of starving dogs. I distinctly heard the voice say, "Make it go away." And Thurman kept nodding his head yes. A few minutes later, Thurman went back inside.
What time was this?
Around 5. Thurman locked himself in his office and I went back to mine. But about 2 minutes later, something told me to go look in the Rowland electronic case file. I mean, Philip's the name of the Vic's father. So I kind of put 2 and 2 together.
You should have been a cop.
I am in more ways sometimes than you are, smartass. I find what you can't. Anyway, sure enough, my document was open. I tried telling myself that Thurman was just late in signing off on my findings. My gut told me otherwise. I watched and waited until the document was closed, then went in and tried to open it, but I couldn't. It was locked with a new password. About 3 minutes later, Thurman stormed out of his office like his ass was on fire. I've never seen him move so fast. He was in such a big hurry he left his door unlocked. I, of course, didn't want him to get in trouble for breaking SOP, so I decided to go shut it. After I looked around his office, of course.
Please tell me that you decided to wander over to his computer and check it. For security reasons, you know, in case he forgot to shut it down. Craig implored.
He left it on all right. I had to sit down when I realized I was looking at not my original report anymore. It had been altered. He changed it, stating I had found blood on Jack's clothes and that it was a match to Serena's. Why would he do that? I mean, he's risking his job and even arrest for tampering with evidence if it ever got out. I don't know for sure, but I'm willing to bet that he was talking to Philip Rowland, and for some reason, they want to make sure that it looks like Jack Dickinson killed Serena.
It could be construed that way.
I'm not through sharing all the good news, PB.
There's more? Wonderful.
Yeah, and this is the really interesting part. After I realized Thurman changed my report, I remembered that the news reported that Jack Dickinson died from an allergic reaction to penicillin. When I heard that on the radio last week, I attributed the mistake to the media. You know, they never seem to get all their facts straight before they start yammering about something. Always in a hurry to break a news story before the competition does. Anyway, since I was sitting at Thurman's desk, let me guess. The report states otherwise? No, that's just it. The autopsy report on Dickinson was the exact same as what was reported on the news. And this is odd. Why? Other than the fact that for once the media got their facts straight. I assisted Thurman with that autopsy. Jack Dickinson died from an allergic reaction, all right, but not to penicillin. From peanut oil. His stomach contained 2 undigested Oreo cookies. When I ran the sample, I noted the high amount of peanut oil in his system and on the cookies. Thurman and I specifically talked about it as the obvious cause of death, but there is no mention of that anywhere in the report I was looking at. What the hell? My thoughts exactly. Craig verbalized his internal thoughts. If that was Philip Rowland on the other line with Thurman, why in the world is he calling Thurman about a closed case? Why is Thurman jumping like a trained monkey under Philip's command? As the Vic's father, doesn't it stand to reason he would want the killer brought to justice? If there was any doubt as to the identity of who killed his daughter, then it makes no sense that he isn't standing on the rooftops or in front of every available camera, demanding the police figure out who killed his little precious, not insisting that it remained closed. Exactly. Oh, 2 more items I believe you will find interesting. I've saved the biggest 2 for last. One is that after discovering the omission of the tainted cookies, I spent the next few hours digging. Look what I came up with. Lee scrambled through his bag and produced a legal-size manila folder. With a sense of reluctance, Craig opened it, peeked inside, and scanned the pages. His heart pounded. This certainly rules out coincidence or blind luck. Jesus, if this don't beat all, how did you... I continue to rifle through Thurman's computer. I know, low-life hacker moves, but I couldn't help it. Anyway, I found an email from the head of the detention center dated 2 days ago. It contained their findings on the internal investigation into the death of inmate Dickinson. The name of the jailer who escorted him to the infirmary rang a bell. Took me an hour to figure out why. When I did, I called Janine. My sweet baby sis still works at Harrison High School, and she remembered Bill Witham. He was the basketball star whose budding career ended after a horrific car accident. Get this, he dated Serena Rowland all through their senior year. Not many people knew. I guess they tried to keep it under wraps or something. Janine said she thought it was because the Rowland wealth train didn't veer off into poor man's land. How in the hell has this other piece of news been kept silent? Oh shit, it changes everything. Beats me. The report was generated 3 days ago by Thurman himself. He should have noted it in the file, but he didn't. Nor did he contact your office with this new little revelation. At least that's how I'm reading your shock. He's doing his best to hide it. Lucky for you, I'm a pretty good detective. I looked at the autopsy report for Serena, and it still shows that the DNA of her fetus matched Jack's. As you can see from what I found here, that's not the case. Not even one allele matched up. If Jack Dickinson isn't the father, then who the hell is? Craig wondered, his stomach in his throat. That's for you, oh great detective, to figure out. I leave the mystery now in your capable hands. You get to finish putting all the clues together and figure out just what in the hell is going on. It seems that when you figure out who the father of Serena's baby was, you will find the guy who killed her. Then again, maybe I'm the only one who thinks this whole thing reeks worse than a bloated body. Craig set the file down on the bench and rubbed his gloved hand across his neck. Anger danced inside him and threatened to take over his body. The sense that his life was about to experience a dramatic change made him feel ill. The evidence Lee had formed certainly wasn't anything Craig wanted to look at. It seemed that everyone wanted Jack Dickinson to be known as Serena Rowland's killer and the father of her unborn child, whether he was or not. Craig didn't have a smart comeback for his friend. At the moment, all he saw was red. He needed to hurt something. Now. Fortunately, Lee recognized the wild look on Craig's face as he stood up and remained silent, watching Craig attack the bag with ferocious intensity. The bag never stood a chance. In less than 2 minutes, Craig had busted a hole through the side. Philip Rowland sat on his back deck and smoked another stogie. His wife slept in blissful ignorance upstairs. Philip hadn't told her about his meeting at the lawyer's office yesterday afternoon. The thought of sharing the news made his skin crawl. Miriam's state of mind already teetered on the edge. Philip feared the latest twist would send her into a complete mental breakdown. He'd lost his daughter and a grandbaby. No way in hell would he lose his wife, too. Not as long as he had breath in his lungs and money in his pocket. He'd thought he solved the problem by snuffing out a trial, but Philip couldn't shake the sensation that he'd been wrong. Dead wrong. A scent of sweet cherry floated around his head in the darkness, hanging in the humid air like a shimmering ghost. Philip knew the smell would adhere to every part of him and that Miriam would scold him for smoking. Then again, maybe not. She hadn't paid much attention to him during the last 2 weeks. Miriam hadn't cooked, cleaned, or even shopped since the detective rang their doorbell and destroyed her world. Her fragile mind spent most of its time reliving life with their daughter. Tonight was the first time she hadn't slept in Serena's old room since they found out about her murder. Murder. The word tumbled over and over in Philip's mind, in sync with the cigar he spun through his chubby fingers. His only child ripped away from him. Philip was no stranger to the word, for his hands were stained with the blood of others. However, when the act affected your own life, it was another story. Another story, indeed. The pain of losing Serena lifted briefly when the news reported the death of her killer, that monster Jack Dickinson. He hadn't spoken with the Witham boy since the funeral. Not for lack of trying on Bill's part, though. Philip cringed every time he recognized the boy's number and sent the call to voicemail. It was too much of a risk to talk to him, at least for a while. He had been relieved. The heavy tension that gripped his heart lessened. For a few days, the satisfaction of knowing the bastard was rotting away in his grave let Philip release some of his pent-up rage. The pressure release was short-lived, though. Philip had thought everything was sewn up tight. He'd called in the mountain-high pile of favors that the state medical examiner, Thurman Turner, owed him. One short phone call containing a veiled threat of exposure of Turner's hidden secrets. Turner's proclivity for gambling and drug abuse were great tools that Philip had used in the past as insurance to get what he wanted. This time the phone call ensured that the autopsy on Jack Dickinson would reveal a simple accidental death. Philip knew an official inquiry would follow Jack's demise, and he didn't want any hint of a planned killing to be the final outcome. It had to be concluded that the death wasn't from foul play, so Philip's name wouldn't somehow get tied to the hit. Philip stared out into the expanse of his manicured backyard. The lights surrounding the pool cast eerie shadows across the light blue water. His throat tightened at the memories of all the times he caught Serena swimming in the dark late at night. How many times had he warned her of the dangers of being in the water alone? He'd chide her with empty threats of punishment, and her response would be a big smile. They both knew Philip was wrapped around her finger, and that he would never follow through with his threats, for he never had. How could he? Her sweet face and tender heart would render him into a big old teddy bear. Philip fought for control over his emotions. He hated getting older. It somehow weakened him. Even before Serena's death, Philip found himself giving people second chances and the benefit of the doubt, when his usual response had always been swift and angry. It wasn't like him. Philip heard the voice of his father, long since buried in Wrightsville's eternal slumber cemetery, growl from within him. The voice mocked his emotions, teasing his sensitivity. "What happened to your balls, Lil Phil? Did that old battle axe you married make them shrivel up and fall off? Did you lose them the day you fainted when your daughter was born? Maybe while you were passed smooth out on the floor, the doc cut them off. All that blood made you woozy, weak, candy ass. You ain't the boy I raised. No, sirree, my boy was a fighter, a winner. Took nothing from no one and gave the same back. If you'd done a better job raising that little slut, busting that backside when she misbehaved, she wouldn't be here with me. Spare the rod spoiled a child. Don't you know that's what the book says?" It took 3 huge puffs of the pungent cigar to chase the words of his father out of Philip's head. His stomach lurched in protest, his head tingling. He pondered how it was possible to feel so much love and grief, yet so much hatred at the same time. Philip wanted the nightmare to be over. He wanted a scab to start hardening on the wound and stop the pain. That couldn't happen if people kept ripping it off, like the scumbag LaFont and his sniveling client, Melody Dickinson. Philip puffed away like a freight train, his anger skyrocketing. He'd exchanged some rather harsh words with Roger yesterday. Philip still couldn't fathom why the one person who knew him better than his own wife had blindsided him like he did. Roger knew both sides of Philip. Most people only saw the powerful entrepreneur who amassed one of the largest fortunes in the state. Philip knew his reputation as a ruthless, cutthroat businessman cloaked him like a second suit. He didn't care. In fact, that was exactly how he wanted people to feel about him, to be intimidated by him and fearful when he spoke or entered a room. Kindness and civility were not part of Philip's repertoire. They sounded nice to the ears, but in reality, hostile takeovers and blackmail had made Philip filthy rich. Most of the land owned by generations of his family was located further down south. The farms of cotton, wheat, soybean, and corn generated hefty profits each year. The Rowland clan never wanted for money, but when Philip came along, he discovered a hidden treasure in the vacant acres owned up north. The natural gas and shale that sat underneath the empty land made him damn near a billionaire when he leased out the mineral rights. It also made him some powerful enemies. Land that had been leased to hunters and a very large section courted by housing developers was now producing truckloads of cash for Philip. When leases were terminated and offers ignored, the anger and resentment felt by others boiled over into a war. Philip had procured the services of Roger to help keep the peace when the legal battles began. When throwing cash into the hands of those who screamed the loudest didn't work, Philip discovered the best leverage of all: blackmail. For a few years, Philip devoted his time to hunting out and dredging up any piece of dirt on those who stood in his way. And oh, what dirt he found! The sheriff of one county was ousted when it leaked about his preferences and sexual partners, courtesy of some of Philip's best snooping. The one who replaced him was hand-picked, his campaign funded by Philip. The few stragglers who wouldn't bow down to Philip's threats or succumb to the lure of cash met untimely and painful deaths. Philip made sure all his bases were covered in that area as well when he saw that Thurman Turner was appointed chief medical examiner with the state. Yet Roger also knew the side that only Miriam and Serena knew. When the gruffness and sharp edges disappeared, there was nothing Philip wouldn't do for the two most important women in his life. Nothing. God Almighty couldn't stand in his way if Philip caught a whiff of unhappiness. Roger knew that, yet had the audacity to side with his secretary and not Philip. Philip meant every word said when he had grabbed Roger by his collar and shoved him up against the walls at his office yesterday. He smiled a tad at the memory of the fear in Roger's eyes. For Roger knew all too well the ugly side of Philip. He'd growled in his face like a rabid dog, calling Roger everything but a white boy, and threatened to destroy his practice if Roger didn't drop not only his whiny assistant, but the ridiculous notion of someone else having killed Serena. Though he never mentioned it and never would, Philip could tell by the look on Roger's face that he knew. He saw the look of clarity sink in when Philip threatened to castrate him and give his family jewels to his dog if the case was reopened. Roger had started to protest, trying to seek out and connect with Philip's paternal side. He had asked why Philip didn't want to leave any stone unturned that pertained to Serena's killer. Philip's reply was a tighter grip around Roger's throat and a slow, methodical movement of his head, indicating no. After he left Roger's office, he made a beeline for Captain Hoag's office. He didn't stop and speak to anyone when he walked in, wearing the mask of grieving father. A hushed conversation inside the captain's office did the trick. The captain was well aware of the debts he owed Philip and offered a nod of his bald head. Philip walked out of his office confident the case would remain closed. The phone call to Thurman had been a bit different. By then, Philip was driving aimlessly around Little Rock, unwilling to go home until he knew his business was handled. He'd unleashed his rage on Thurman, the images of the photos flashing through his head, intensifying his anger. Just like they were doing now. Philip lit another cigar and poured a full glass of whiskey. He wasn't going to let this get under his skin. He wouldn't dwell on the fact that maybe Jack Dickinson hadn't killed Serena, and that he'd orchestrated the death of an innocent man. No, he would drown out the small voice whispering inside his head with booze. He'd covered all the bases. No further investigation would happen. The autopsy report was sealed tight, no holes, no worries. Philip threw back a hefty swig of the booze. He wished he believed that. The sheets were stuck to Bill Witham like a second skin. Even though he was born and raised in Arkansas, his bulky frame never could stand the heavy humidity. All 3 of the other seasons were fantastic, but the price he paid each summer for staying was buckets of sweat. Bill reached up with shaking fingers and ran his hand through his damp hair. He muttered to himself, cursing his decision to stay in this hot hellhole. It was the third night in a row that the disturbing nightmares jerked him awake, leaving him lying in a bed soaked in his sweat. The urge to vomit made Bill lurch from under the covers and run to the bathroom, but he produced only dry heaves. Bill leaned back against the wall, the cool tile in his small bathroom a welcome relief. He wondered when, if ever, the nightmare that had become his life would end. Not that he had walked into his decision blindly. He knew the risks, the questions that would be asked, and the intense scrutiny. None of that bothered him. Bill had glided through the investigation like butter over a hot biscuit. No one saw or heard anything. No odd moments had been caught on camera. Nothing suspicious had been seen by anyone. Even Sergeant Collins had backed him up, stating he was the one who requested Bill take Dickinson to the infirmary to get fixed up. Not to be outdone, Bill held up his end of the badge and said he had no idea how inmate Dickinson had received the wound to his eye. The plan went off without a hitch, followed by the absurd ruling of the coroner's office. That was an added bonus that Bill never saw coming. Bill had not mentioned anything during the internal investigation about the Oreos. His plan all along had been to admit that they must have fallen out of his pocket when he was helping Jack back into his cell, if it ever came up. Stupidity for leaving leftover dinner in his pocket, and ashamed to admit he violated policy by having food on his person. For 3 days Bill had waited, his nerves on edge and ready to snap, for the report to be concluded. To his surprise, the death was ruled accidental from an allergic reaction, all right, but not to peanut oil. When Bill's supervisor called and told him the good news, he'd almost fainted from shock. It wasn't a stroke of luck or incompetence from the staff at the coroner's office, that's for sure. Bill knew exactly where his saving grace came from. He may not be the brightest bulb in the room, but Bill knew that Philip Rowland had friends in high places. If he'd ever had any doubts about that, he didn't after the false ruling was made. There was no other explanation. The man he wished he could call father had stepped in and saved Bill's neck. To Bill, it seemed it was Philip's way of thanking him for avenging Serena's death. What Bill didn't understand was why Philip Rowland wouldn't return any of his phone calls, or why he couldn't sleep for more than 2 hours without suffering horrible nightmares. He'd done what he set out to do, which was kill the bastard who strangled the life out of his lovely Serena. Bill had made sure that the grieving Rowlands wouldn't have to go through a long, drawn-out trial. Serena's name would vanish from the tabloids and someday only be remembered by those who'd loved her. Bill's chest tightened. Memories of the best years of his life, his time with Serena, flew by, intertwining with his glory days from high school. All the hard work he'd put into pulling himself out of the drug haze he'd been in, cleaning up his life and making something out of himself, and all the efforts to win back the one woman that had made his heart twitch, had been done for nothing. Serena was gone. Her beautiful smile would never look his way again. Her sweet voice would never speak his name. He would never get the chance to tell her how sorry he was, how he'd changed. Never get to feel her warm skin, kiss her sweet lips. Bill pulled his legs to his chest and lowered his head. The sadness inside his mind made it heavy, unstable. He didn't understand why the killing of Jack Dickinson hadn't made his load a bit lighter. Why his pain of losing Serena wasn't soothed. How come he didn't feel a sense of satisfaction? And why, every time he closed his eyes and tried to sleep, did strange images of his blood-covered hands haunt him? Bill Witham didn't know. All he knew for sure was that the best years of his life were over, and the one person who'd kept him going was buried in a pink casket, less than 20 minutes from his apartment. in the darkness of his cramped bathroom. Bill fought the urge to join her. Chapter 16, Tuesday morning. "How did Roger take it when you called in?" Regina asked me as she puttered around the kitchen. She was concocting some delicious-looking casserole for dinner with swift, practiced moves. Relieved and a tad smug. I think he's just been waiting for me to admit I'm not ready to come back to work. Guess he was right all along. I should have listened. I watched with mild awe while she wielded the sleek, long silver blade and chopped vegetables. If I were to attempt what she was doing, I would be missing a few fingers. When I woke up earlier, my head pounding and throat hoarse from a long night of tears, Kendall was nowhere in sight. I tried to remember when he left, but couldn't. I must have really sunk into a heavy sleep after my tears spilled out. I'd stumbled into the kitchen to make some coffee and been surprised to see Regina. Not only had I missed Kendall leaving, but never heard her arrival. Good thing neither of them are killers, or I'd be dead. Once I'd fixed coffee and begun the process of getting around for the day, I knew there was no way I'd make it to work. It was already well past 8, and I couldn't form a cohesive thought, so working would have been a waste of time. My heart was heavy, my mind stuck wandering the gray sadness that permeated every inch of me. My body felt like I'd slept on a pile of rocks. Every inch of me hurt. Today I felt every bit over 40. "So what happened? Did Kendall talk some sense into you last night? That was my hope, at least. You weren't listening to the rest of us, including your mother," Regina reprimanded, popping her dish into the oven. "Regina, don't Regina me. You've been pushing yourself way too hard. I can't say I understand everything you are going through because that would be a lie. I can say, however, that the human mind and body can only withstand abuse for so long without shutting down. Judging by the dark circles around your eyes," she said, grabbing her tea and sitting down next to me, "you are very close to the off switch getting flipped. What time did you go to bed? Did Kendall make you eat?" I don't remember, and yes. Regina's eyes locked with mine, searching for a lie. I tried my best to keep my face neutral, but knew it was a losing battle. The bags under my eyes and the deep lines of worry I saw when I had put in my contacts earlier told the truth. My inability to hide my emotions on my face was a running joke in my small circle of family and friends. My mother liked to say that my forehead was one of those blinking signs set out in front of businesses, constantly blaring for the world to see what was on my mind. Roger had mentioned several times that although I had the mind for it, I would flop as a lawyer because I couldn't hide my thoughts from my face. "Honey, I'm worried about you. We all are. Maybe it's time you go see a doctor. I don't recommend medication, especially after what Xanax did to me after my divorce. Put me right smack dab in the middle of la-la land. But maybe it wouldn't affect you that way. Or maybe the doctor could recommend a top-notch therapist to work with you while you sort all this mess out. Who knows, maybe there's a new homeopathic version of Xanax out there that works but isn't habit-forming. Those are things you should discuss with your doctor. You need to give your body and mind a chance to cope with all of this. Leave the sleuthing and searching to others, at least until you get some of your strength back." "No, I'm already drinking too much. Adding drugs would just make things worse because I might never stop. My mind would enjoy being numbed too much." "I wouldn't let you become a pillhead or an alcoholic. There's only room for one friend with those problems," she said, her smile warm and tender. The reference to Kendall's battle with the bottle and her bout with prescription meds left a sour taste in my mouth. "But I do have some news that might perk you up without the aid of chemicals. Want to hear it?" "Oh, yes. Anything to get my mind off of last night." Sure thing, hit me. Last night after I finished cleaning, I uploaded a few pics of my new paintings on my blog and then cruised through the virtual highways of social media. I had an invitation to an event by some kid I didn't know and almost deleted it until I saw the event name. I tried not to smirk or roll my eyes. I hated social media with a passion. Jack and I both did, or had. Neither of us ever succumbed to the constant pleadings of our friends and family to join. Why bother? If we wanted to talk, we called. If we wanted to share a gift, family photo, or note, we mailed it or delivered it in person. It seemed silly and frivolous to us both. Too cold and impersonal. Virtual reality left no room for true human interaction anymore. Since I wasn't a member, I had no idea what Regina was talking about. Event, invitation? Speak English for those of us who are still old school? Okay, a few of Jack's current and former college students have banded together and started a Justice for Jack campaign online. They invited me to view their blog and to help spread the word. Right now, over 5,000 people have joined, and the blog is growing fast. And not just here in Arkansas. I noticed some of the bloggers were from other states. These kids not only are touting Jack's innocence, but also asking everyone to sign an online petition to convince the police department to reopen the case. They are planning a rally on the steps of the Capitol on Friday morning. They even have all the pictures up showing the differences in the evidence that you noted. There. How's that? Are you serious? Sweetie, we aren't the only ones who not only love Jack, but believe he didn't kill that tramp. Mrs. Preston's affidavit is even on there. There were over 400 comments on the blog last time I checked. The majority of them were in full agreement that Jack was railroaded. All of the pictures and the affidavit? How in the world? My guess would be LaFont, or at least someone from his firm. I noticed one blogger was particularly eloquent in the comments they made, so I checked the IP address. Guess where it came from. If I knew what that meant, I would venture a guess. Internet protocol. Every computer has an address, sort of like a VIN number on a vehicle. It identifies them. Anyway, the post was made by someone with the same address as LaFont's law firm, so it seems that he's on the ball, or one of his staff, starting a grassroots campaign, and it's working. Stunned by this newest revelation, I leaned back in the chair and stared out the window. I couldn't fathom, couldn't process what this meant. Tears welled up in my throat at the thought of complete strangers, at least to me, supporting Jack. Taking time from their busy schedules to rally together in hopes of clearing my husband's name. And all I'm doing is reopening old wounds and sulking. I didn't want to cry, for heaven knows I shed enough tears. Unleashing my deepest, darkest secret, and watching Kendall's face last night when the truth came out, had broken what was left of my spirit. My reserves were depleted, dried up. The pressure valve of guilt may have been opened and the full well of guilt drained, yet I still felt empty. Oh, God, I don't know what to say. It's kind of them all, but... Unable to finish, the sobs broke free. In the comfort of the walls inside my home, the place I was entombed to walk alone as a widow, I wept. Regina crouched down next to me, her embrace gentle. I buried my face in her shoulder and sobbed. The next 2 hours we spent on the couch as I retold her, between crying spurts, the conversation that had transpired between me and Kendall. She never asked a question or interrupted while I rambled on, sometimes choking out my words. At last the tears stopped, and I sat scrunched up against the end of the couch, spent. If I kept crying like this, I would shrivel away to nothing. Regina waited with the patience of a saint and made sure I was finished blubbering before she spoke.
Are you finished?
I nodded.
Good. Now you listen up, girl. I may not be a rocket scientist or a psychologist or even a pastor, but that doesn't change what I'm about to say. You all made some bad choices, true. Everyone does. There isn't a soul that ever walked this earth that hasn't. And maybe, just for the sake of covering all bases, those decisions influenced the way things turned out in all of your lives, but only to a degree because decisions made by others are involved as well. Some are strangers, some are not. Yes, Kindle shouldn't have meddled in your relationship with Jack. No, you shouldn't have slept with Kindle despite Jack or ease your pain, even if you were deceived into doing so. Yes, you should have told them both about the babies. No, Jack shouldn't have cheated on you, and yes, you should have come clean about the past, a long time ago. All of that doesn't change the fact that Jack didn't deserve to die in jail for a crime he didn't commit. You know that, I know that. A lot of people know that. So please, please, Mel, stop beating yourself up over things you can't change and start focusing on the ones you can. Because the Melody I know is a tough chick. One who doesn't crack under pressure. In fact, the hotter the oven, the better the cookies, so to speak. The Melody I have always looked up to, the one I counted on for moral and spiritual support, who had such strong faith you could practically see it oozing out of her. Where did she go? You can save your guilt trips for when you're old and in a home. By then you will have dementia and we won't remember any of this anyway. I tried to raise a smile but couldn't seem to make my facial muscles respond. Everyone has a breaking point, Regina. I reached mine. Simple as that. We tried to get the case reopened and failed. Miserably. And I thought coming clean about my past would help, but it only made things worse. And I can't shake the images of the baby. A baby fathered by Jack who wasn't ours. God, it's tearing me apart. Truth is supposed to set you free, but I still feel trapped. No, I feel broken. Who wouldn't feel that way? You have lost a lot. Plus, you've been holding this ton of guilt, this painful secret back for so long. You just need to remember broken things can be repaired. That's what I'm here for. What we're all here for. Consider your family and friends your super glue. If only it were that easy. I have to live with the fact that my actions and inactions led Jack down his final path on this earth. And I don't know how to do that, I don't. And I think my broken heart is way past glue. Forgive the cliché. But you tackle each day and don't fret over tomorrow. Get through the now. Besides, God provides the spiritual glue. Or did you forget that too? What was it you told me when I was wallowing in my pity pond? God won't put on us more than we can carry, right? Yeah, that's what I said. I admitted with reluctance. Regina reached across the couch and pulled my face toward hers. Not so easy when you were the one with the blisters and aching back, is it? I wiped a stray tear from my face and felt the flush in my cheeks. No, it isn't. I mean, Jack broke the vows of our love, but so did I, and I held a dark secret from him, for much longer than he did from me. Now he's gone. I can't look him in the eye and confess my sins to him. I can't tell him how sorry I am for what happened. He isn't here for me to tell him that not only do I forgive him, but, most importantly, I hope he forgives me. My words, my choices, my decisions. They ruined so much. And I can't tell the man God gave to me how ashamed I am for everything. How pathetic and weak I feel for letting him hold on to the false hope of children and all the money we wasted trying to get pregnant. For nothing. I can't throw myself at the mercy of his love and hope he grants forgiveness, because he isn't here to give it.
Regina looked at me for a full minute before she responded.
Could you please tell me what happened to my best friend, Melody?
What?
The Melody I know wouldn't be spouting that bogus crap. She would know right away that all this negativity is coming straight from the bowels of hell itself. She would also know that it isn't her Meemaw's voice she's hearing inside her head, filling her up with lies. That's coming out of the mouth of Satan himself. She would understand that her weaknesses are being exploited, her sadness trumping and blocking out God's love. She would believe that her husband is in heaven and can see and hear everything that is going on down here and that he forgives her. And she would also believe that the ultimate forgiveness we humans can obtain is from God, not man.
Taken aback, I felt a twinge of anger seep through my sadness. Are you mocking my pain?
Of course I'm not. I'm commenting on the fact that the Melody I leaned on during my emotional breakdown didn't let me stay in my guilt and sadness. She told me to give my pain over to the Lord and let Him handle it. And I distinctly remember her telling me that, as a believer, we are to rejoice when the sun shines on us and when it rains. Both are necessary for life.
I know that here, I said, pointing to my head. But my heart doesn't. At least not yet. The 18 inches between the two seems like light years.
You are being way too hard on yourself, and you're letting your sorrow cloud your vision. You aren't just Jack's wife, or my best friend, or the only child of your mom and dad, or the woman who keeps the offices of Stanek, Overton, and Smith running smoothly. Remember who you told me I was when I was full of doubt and pain?
Yes, I sniffled.
A child of the King, that's what you told me. That I was a child of the King. And I know you weren't lying to me or blowing smoke in my face. Which means you are a child of the King, Melody. And so was Jack, regardless of the mistakes made here on earth by the two of you, or anyone who believes for that matter. The debt was paid over 2,000 years ago, remember? Nothing, not even death, can take that away from either of you.
I know, I miss him so much. And I can't spend the rest of my life being coddled by my friends and family. I mean, I can't even go into our bedroom without falling apart. I can't sleep unless I'm holding something that still smells like him. And I can't shake the voices in my head that keep telling me I failed him, that it's my fault he's gone, my fault he strayed. I know I need to be strong and lean on the Lord, but sometimes it just seems easier to give up.
Give up? Again, I ask you, where is my friend Melody? You don't give up. Never have. Why, Simba is living proof of that. Anyone else would have put the poor thing down, but not you. You wouldn't give up hope that she still had a fighting chance. And me? Well, my sobriety is proof of your tenacity, too. How many trips to rehab did you encourage me to make before I kicked my little addiction? Everyone, including my doctors, told you to stop trying, that I was a lost cause, that I was nothing more than a hopeless addict who would never make it and someday die from an overdose. Yet you didn't. You stood by me and showed me the way, Melody. When no one else cared and the world was ready to toss me aside, you stood firm. How many nights did you pray with me? Read me scripture. Share your love of Jesus with me and his love for us. She squeezed my hands. You are the strongest person I know, my friend. Even your own mother leaned on you when your dad was in the hospital. Why, she had you be the one to stay in the room with him after he was taken off life support because she couldn't do it. Even your boss leaned on you when his wife was sick and dying. And he trusted you enough to leave the day-to-day operations of his law practice in your hands while he took a sabbatical, after you'd been there less than a year. The Melody we all know and lean on may bend,
but she doesn't break, just like your mom said. Our Melody is kind of like a willow branch in the storm. That Melody is our earthly version of the Lord's strength, a messenger of forgiveness and love, but also a warrior full of strength. I smiled at my best friend as fresh tears sprinted down my cheeks. You know something? You are the most wonderful friend ever put on this earth. I love you. Hey, I'm just passing along the advice that a friend gave me once. A really smart friend who never backed down from a challenge. A friend who was the champion for the underdogs of the world, who wouldn't turn tail and hide just because someone told her no or didn't agree with her. You are the sort of friend who everyone, including yours truly, always came to when life's problems seemed overwhelming, and the advice given was full of hope and love. So ready for my tip of the day? Smiling now, I said, "Hit me. Buck up, suck it up, wipe those tears away, and let's find Jack's killer." We both laughed, and I thought about all she had said. Her words made sense. If the situation had been reversed, they were almost verbatim what I would have said to comfort her. But my smile disappeared when the entire crux of the conversation seeped into my head. Her obvious slip made my stomach drop. You mean Serena's killer? No, I mean Jack's. If you are finished feeling sorry for yourself and listening to me pour out all that mushy goop, I have some more news to share from the Justice for Jack side. I planned on telling you earlier, but you wigged out on me and then sunk into a deep well of guilt. I'm hoping my little pep talk helped you climb out. If not, this little tidbit certainly will. My emotional state did a 180 from abject sorrow to overwhelming dread. Killer? What are you saying, Regina? Jack died from an allergic reaction to medication. How can that be construed as murder? Let me show you. Regina hopped off the couch and was across the floor in a flash, grabbing her laptop out of her bag and firing it up. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. Murdered? Jack? In jail? How could that have happened? My conversation with Kindle about Guy Powell drifted to mind. The crazed, drugged-out ex-con with his long-seated grudge against Jack. Maybe he wasn't an ex-con any longer. Was it possible that he had been inside the very same jail that Jack had been in? Did he orchestrate it that way? No, that wasn't possible. Jack died from a shot of penicillin. That had nothing to do with Guy Powell, or anyone else for that matter. It was an accident. Even Jack didn't know he was allergic to penicillin, so how would anyone else? But was it possible that Guy had been following Jack and knew about his affair with Serena? Did he kill her and frame Jack, and the reaction to the medication was just an added bonus, not part of his original plan? My mind spun as numerous far-fetched possibilities raced by. Simba whined by the door. Funny, her bathroom break seemed to coincide with my need for nicotine. On shaking legs, I stood up and grabbed Regina by her elbow while she fiddled with her computer and ushered her and Simba out the patio door. I snatched a smoke and the lighter off the table and sat down on the swing. Regina did the same while she waited for the page she was looking for to load. Look, see? This entry right here. No way is it a coincidence. No way in hell. I blew out a plume of smoke and squinted at the screen. The words sent a chill of fear through me. Anyone remember Bill Witham? You know, the basketball player? My cousin knows him, played on the same team, and he said Bill used to date Serena Rowland back in high school. Said Bill was tore up when she dumped him after his accident. He sort of fell off the radar for a few years, but my cousin ran into him a few months ago at a gas station in Markham. Guess where he was going all dressed up in his uniform? He was headed to work, and get this, as a jailer at Pulaski County Detention Center. Doesn't anyone think that's an odd coincidence? The murder victim's ex happens to work where the accused killer is locked up at. Something stinks in Denmark. Stinks bad. I know that was months ago, and he may not work there anymore. So does anyone here know someone who works at the jail? Maybe find out if he is still employed there? If he is, then that's where the investigation needs to start. I took another swig and breathed out unsteadily, my hands shaking as I tried to make sense of this newest addition to my living nightmare. I'm not sure there's enough brain matter left in my head to grasp all this. I mean, I know someone else killed Serena. The question as to who that might be was possibly answered by Kindle last night. Makes sense. An old enemy from long ago comes back to seek revenge and make Jack pay. Maybe this Guy Powell character had been following Jack and discovered he was having an affair with Serena and decided to frame Jack. Okay, I can see that. And if that's way off base, and it's someone else with a grudge against Jack, or maybe even Serena, I get that too. Now we are going to throw in that Jack didn't die from accidental allergic reaction and that someone killed him? Oh, dear Lord, I don't know if I can handle any more. Mel, like I said earlier, the actions of others we can't control. Someone decided to frame Jack for murder, and it looks like someone decided to end his life to keep him quiet. Silence his yelps of innocence. Or maybe he didn't really die from an allergic reaction. If this post is right and this Bill Witham dude still works there, maybe he killed him some other way, and the jail is covering it up? You know, to keep their image from being tarnished. Heaven knows the Pulaski County Jail has suffered from major bad press for years now. Not only from overcrowding, shady employees, and staff and budget issues either. Remember the uproar years ago when the jail wouldn't accept any more inmates? So the cops just started chaining people to each other outside? That freak show made the national news. So it seems much better to say, oops, an accident, rather than, oh crap, we have a killer on staff. I don't know. Hell, maybe this Bill guy killed Serena? Maybe the torch for her never really burned out and he was stalking her. It's possible he found out about the affair and her pregnancy and then decided to kill her and make it look like Jack did. What I do know is I feel right here, she said, pointing to her chest, that something is very wrong with the entire picture. I felt it too. For the first time since Jack's death, I felt the sensation of hope pound through my heart. Hope that his name would be cleared. Hope that the guilty stains of the past would be washed away. Hope that my last act of love for my husband would not just be to clear his name, but bring peace to us both for our mutual mistakes. The sadness and despair vanished. I could almost feel my broken spirit mend back together. What replaced it now was raw determination to solve this convoluted puzzle. Regina, when did you say this group is meeting at the Capitol? Friday at 10 in the morning. Why? Oh, wait, are you... Regina's eyes grew wide with excitement. Oh, you betcha I am. Do whatever voodoo you do on that thing, and let the organizers know I plan on attending. If the police and Philip Rowland won't listen to my lone voice, maybe a multitude will get their attention. I'm going to call Channel 8 and let Ms. Erin Corpian know I'm ready to talk to her. Wonder how long it will take to change that detective's mind when the news airs a report on this. Now that's my girl, Regina said, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Justice for Jack. I closed my eyes and prayed. Yes, justice for Jack. Please, Lord, grant justice for Jack. Chapter 17, Tuesday afternoon. Craig Knowles tried to hide his impatience. He hated waiting. His ex-wives both told him on numerous occasions that he had the patience of a small child. He used to argue with his first wife, telling her he wasn't impatient, just demanding. After their divorce and his remarriage to number 2, he heard the same lectures almost verbatim and accepted the fact that it was just part of his personality. Unfortunately, wife number 2 did not accept it. The laundry list of reasons for filing for divorce was long, and one of the top 5 flaws she mentioned was his impatience. In fact, Craig thought his childlike patience should be considered a good day. On one like today, when Craig hadn't slept in over 24 hours, the patience of a small child would have been an improvement. For the last 20 minutes, Craig had forced his temper back and kept his mouth closed, except for an occasional slurp of water. He wanted to scream at the inept day manager, but refrained from releasing his pent-up anger and giving him a piece of his mind. Since he wasn't supposed to be working on the Rowland Dickinson case, or any case for that matter, he decided to not bring any more attention to himself than necessary. He sat inside a quaint booth inside the Duchess and played around with the few remaining ice cubes in his glass. It wasn't even noon yet, and the temperature outside was pushing 100, so he was glad that he was at least indoors while he waited. The place was empty at 11 in the morning. The rich young crowd that frequented the place wouldn't start arriving until after 5. By 5:30, the Duchess parking lot would be full of high-priced luxury cars driven by the young bucks in their 3-piece suits. Their quarry, the hot young females dressed to impress, looking for their next hookup with money. Arriving at the Duchess earlier, Craig had maintained a low profile until the day manager poked his head out from his office. The last thing Craig needed would be to run into Philip Rowland, which was a distinct possibility since he owned the place. None of the other employees recognized Craig, which is exactly what he'd been hoping for. Craig had found a semi-comfortable booth in the bar and then called the main number, asking to speak to the manager on duty. In hushed tones, Craig stressed the need for secrecy and the item he was requesting. He asked the manager to hurry and threw in the old life-or-death situation, hoping to speed things up. Craig grimaced at the realization that the ploy had not worked. The guy was as slow as molasses on a frozen morning. Craig tried to ignore the questioning stare of the bartender from across the room. If the guy gave Craig one more odd look, he feared what he might do. He could see himself snapping and saying something that would give away the fact that he wasn't just a patron. One quick flash of his badge and a few words to the nosy tool that he was an agent for the Alcohol Bureau Control, sent in to watch the place for underage alcohol sales, or planting his face on the bar if he didn't plant his eyes elsewhere, would guarantee Craig better treatment, or at least stop him from being stared at like he was from another planet. Distracting himself, he fiddled with his straw and thought about Jack's widow. It took him a second to recall her first name was Melody, but he sure remembered everything else about her. She was a tall glass of water, probably about 5'10" without heels on, curvy in all the right places like a woman should be. She had long copper hair and the greenest eyes Craig had ever seen. When he first met her, he was so mesmerized by their bright color that he guessed they had to be contacts. They had peered at him during the meeting, waiting, watching. He recalled he felt almost like a mouse caught in a trap as the green-eyed hunter studied her prey. Craig had felt the emotional weight behind them as she laid out the reasons why her husband wasn't guilty of murder. His pulse quickened at the memory. Even though Craig had been drawn to her that day, It wasn't only because of her looks. Yes, her features were pretty, but there was something else that made her irresistible, like a magnetic pull on his soul, something Craig had never experienced before. He couldn't put his finger on it. He was attracted to her, but not only in a sexual way. Craig didn't know what to make of the strange connection. Was it the undertone of strength and humility, mingled with intelligence and determination, that drew Craig to her? Craig had pushed those sensations aside when she hit his ego hard as she presented her facts. Facts that he should have caught from the beginning when he was assigned the case, but didn't. For a split second, Craig had felt like he was a cadet at the academy and the instructor ripped his final to shreds in front of the entire class. Craig had been proven wrong not only by Melody's gut instincts and undeniable love for her husband, but science as well. He couldn't ignore the hard gut kicks any longer or deny that truth. He'd arrested an innocent man and set in motion a chain of events that would leave Melody a widow and a killer still on the loose in Little Rock. Craig planned on contacting Melody later in the evening. He wanted to get the information he was impatiently waiting for first. He didn't want to show up on her doorstep without a peace offering, preferably in the form of solid proof that not only was she right, but he was working on solving the case that had destroyed her life and ended Jack's. He owed her that. His patience long gone, Craig felt some tension in his neck release when he saw the manager walk through the glass doors, his name tag announcing he was DeJean Jones, assistant manager. "Here it is. Sorry someone filed it under Rosala instead of Gonzalez. I printed out her address and phone number, but I doubt you will have any luck." "What is that?" Craig questioned. He motioned for the manager to lower his voice before the bartender caught wind of their conversation. The manager huffed and slid the piece of paper across the tabletop, hissing under his breath. "Ms. Gonzalez has not reported to work since the day of the murder. Hasn't answered her phone either when we called her several times. Quite shocking, actually. She was one of the few employees we had who we could always count on, never late, always on time. Only missed work twice in the last 3 years to take her kid to the doctor. We need more like her. Lots have left after Serena's murder. Guess they figure if the boss's daughter isn't safe here, no one is." Craig kept his words short, clipped, and emotion-free. "Anyone gone to check on her?" "No, we've been too busy to run around chasing employees who don't show up. Between you cops, the media, trying to hire new employees, and fixing the security cameras in various areas, things have been insane." "I see." Mr. Jones bristled. "I don't think you do. You have no idea the kind of heat that came down on our former manager Andrew when Mr. Rowland found out half our security system was dead. He spent a fortune on the system, and because of lack of care, it ended up near worthless." "Former, when did that happen?" "Mr. Rowland fired Andrew less than 24 hours after you guys left the hotel. When he got wind that the security cameras out front and in the parking lot weren't functioning, he blew a gasket. Andrew's just lucky Mr. Rowland didn't beat him to a pulp. Sure looked like he was going to. I've never seen him so angry." "It's understandable why he was so upset. After all, his only child had been murdered under his roof, so to speak. And this hotel is the most expensive around and likes to promote itself as exclusive and very safe. What a way to find out it actually isn't." "No kidding, it's been awful for all of us. But I can't begin to imagine how hard it's been for the Rowlands." Craig decided he'd been polite and patient long enough. He pushed his empty glass aside and stood to leave, reaching his hand out to shake the man's hand, stopping short when Mr. Jones asked, "What I don't understand is why you didn't check up on Miss Gonzalez yourself. Or someone from your department. I mean, it's been over a week since I called." "Called?" Craig felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. He hoped his pupils didn't reflect his surprise. He eased back into the booth. "I called last Sunday and left a message about Miss Gonzalez.
You asked me to follow up with all employees who were here that day and hadn't been interviewed yet, remember? She was the last straggler. Since we hadn't heard from her, I left her information with your boss. Captain, oh, I forget his last name. Captain Hogue? Mr. Jones scrunched his face in confusion. Yes, I gave him the contact information already. Didn't he pass it along? Craig held his tongue and didn't respond. He waited to let Mr. Jones form his own conclusions. Why are you here asking for information you already have? How is second-hand news about a housekeeper a life-or-death situation? What's really going on here, Detective? Listen, the investigation is over. The killer met cosmic justice already. It's not the murder of Philip Rowland's daughter I'm here about. Then why are you here? I don't understand. I am not really at liberty to divulge that information, Mr. Jones. Let's just say that I am working the angle not at the instructions of the Little Rock Police Department. Bigger dogs with larger bites and territories are interested in a case of, shall we say, the origins and ties of certain workers of Hispanic descent. Is the Duchess under federal investigation? Ms. Gonzalez, was she not legal? Oh, shit, Mr. Rowland will flip out. Mr. Jones whispered, his eyes the size of quarters and his face the color of blanched rice. I'm sure it's all just a misunderstanding. That's why I need to talk to Ms. Gonzalez. Believe me, I understand the stress and strain Mr. Rowland has been through the last 2 weeks. I plan on doing everything in my power to make this investigation go away without a peep. It's just fortunate that the, big dogs came sniffing over to my side of the fence before barking at Mr. Rowland's door. It gave me the chance to clear the doubt without Mr. Rowland ever being bothered about it. Understand what I'm saying? Mr. Jones nodded in agreement. The look of concern creased on his forehead. Yeah, you bet I do. Okay, not a word. You were never here. Craig smiled and stood up to leave. Right. I knew I could count on you. The rest of the staff? Not so much. That you can for sure. What's that old expression? Mom's the word? Mum's the word. And if him or anyone else asks, Craig said as he cut his eyes over toward the bartender, I was here about a job as the new head of security, right? You got it. Anything for Mr. Rowland. He's lucky to have such a devoted employee. Have a good day, Mr. Jones. Craig slipped out the side door, climbed into his Jeep, and cranked the air to full blast. The cold air sprayed across his sweaty brow, cooling his damp skin. He hoped that Mr. Jones bought his bogus story and would keep quiet, at least long enough for Craig to dig further into this nightmare case. He wished it would calm his thoughts, but he knew it wouldn't. His stomach juices were on full burn. The knowledge that Melody had been right and that her husband was innocent tore at his insides. Craig had come face to face with his mistakes last night when Lee shared the news. Craig felt just as responsible for making her a widow as if he'd pulled the trigger himself. His gut instincts were working overtime with all the new information spinning through his mind. He forced his thoughts to the task at hand. He'd only had this feeling of dread dance a jig in his innards twice before. Both times occurred in the dry, parched deserts of Afghanistan, and both times had been dead on. He chuckled in the quiet confines of his Jeep, realizing the irony that each time a sense of dread overtook him, Lee had been involved. The first 2 instances, Craig had saved Lee's life. On this occasion, he wondered if the opposite would be true, because Craig knew himself well enough to realize that his gargantuan mistake would drive him over sanity's edge if he couldn't, somehow, make it right.
He punched in the address of Miss Gonzalez's home and waited for his GPS to pick the best route, hoping he wasn't too late. While he followed the android voice giving him directions through his speakers, the knot in his gut grew bigger. If his captain had been given the information and didn't pass it along, that spelled more trouble for him. Craig had never been fond of his captain and felt that he was a whipped puppet for those who held the real power. He'd seen it before during his years on the force. Cases that were solid, evidence tight and strong, vanished under the piles of red tape, or charges were dropped when the guilty should have had the proverbial book thrown at them. Backroom deals and courtroom trickery happened every day. Craig knew it was like that in every police department around the country. Money bought things, including not guilty verdicts or leniency for those who could afford it and paid off the right people. He'd seen it too many times. It made Craig furious. All the hard work cops on the front lines put in by risking their lives to perform their duties, only to see their investigation flushed down the crapper when some slick-tongued legal eagle swooped in. Keeping the scum off the streets was a never-ending battle, and one that the good guys like Craig seemed to lose more than win. Craig thought about last night as he drove. After his meeting with Lee, he'd stayed up all night reading through his notes again. His bloodshot eyes and overtaxed brain sought out the pieces he missed the first time. He honed in on the interview with Jack Dickinson's best friend, Kindle. He reread the brief notation he'd made about a childhood enemy named Guy Powell. Craig recalled cringing inside when he read the short entry he'd made about Guy and the fact that he hadn't followed up on the lead. During the interview, when Kendall mentioned he and Jack had a run-in several months ago with Guy and Sheridan, Craig questioned him about any other threats or trouble over the last few years from Guy. After Kendall told him no, Craig dismissed the idea that a bully from countless years ago would pop up and start stalking Jack out of the blue, much less orchestrate a murder and frame Jack. When Kendall mentioned Guy's criminal history of drug running and abuse, Craig had completely tossed out the idea of Guy being involved. Drug runners and dealers didn't work that way. If they wanted someone out of the picture, they killed them. A drive-by shooting, a staged break-in and robbery that ended with the victim's brains splattered all over the floors and walls. Bing, bang, boom, over. Done. Those types of criminals killed for two reasons: to rid themselves of an enemy and to send a message to other enemies not to cross them. They didn't go to elaborate extremes of digging through someone's personal life, discovering the dirty deeds they may or may not be involved in, buying clothes that resembled ones the victim wore, then following them to a hotel to kill a lover and pin the murder on their target. Nope. Not only did most common street thugs not have the time to plan something like that, but most of them had ruined so many of their brain cells by some means that plotting something out to that detail would require more brain matter than what was available to them. Besides, it made a bigger statement to the other thugs when the life of someone ended with a bullet to the head and blood in every direction. Craig concluded that it would take someone with intimate knowledge of Jack, his lifestyle and the fact that Jack was doing the booty bongo with Serena, to pull off what Kendall had suggested. However, after going over his interview notes like a hawk, Craig decided he needed to exhaust every possible suspect, since the guy he arrested sure didn't seem to be the right one. It took less than a half hour of points and clicks on the internet to discover that Guy Powell wasn't the killer either. Though they did have almost identical body structure, Guy had been a guest at Pulaski County Detention Center, awaiting someone to bail him out when Serena was strangled. Craig had felt dejected and elated at the same time, for Guy could be scratched off the list as being Serena's killer, but couldn't from Jack's. Craig wondered if Guy's presence in the same jail as Jack tied in somehow with the fact that Serena's ex-boyfriend, Bill Witham, worked there as well. Was it possible that Guy and Bill were working in cahoots together? Did Bill Witham, the jealous ex, kill Serena when he discovered she was seeing someone else and pin it on Jack? Craig shook his head at that thought. He'd looked up Bill Witham online and found several articles from years ago when he was a basketball star, listed at 6'5", which was 2 full inches taller than Jack. The person who exited the elevator the second time was close to an inch shorter than Jack. Was it possible that Bill hired someone to kill Serena and frame Jack? God knows Bill was surrounded on a daily basis with the dredges of society and could have easily found a willing assassin. Craig wondered if Bill had somehow found out about Serena's pregnancy and snapped, realizing that any hope of resurrecting a relationship with her was over. It was possible. Craig had worked other cases over the years with lesser reasons for people committing murder. Sometimes a motive wasn't even necessary. But there was the odd twist with Guy Powell. If what Kindle had related to him about Guy's hatred toward Jack were true, it was within the realm of possibilities that Guy was connected, at least on the outer fringes. Had Guy stalked Jack and found out about his affair with Serena? Could he somehow have managed to find out about Bill Witham's ties to Serena, and maybe the two of them concocted a scheme to kill Jack once he became an inmate at the jail? Or was it just some weird cosmic accident that brought Bill and Guy together and culminated with the deaths of Serena and Jack? The annoying voice of the GPS pulled Craig's attention back to the present. "You have arrived at your destination." Rather than stopping, he continued to drive past the small, dilapidated house on the left. He noticed no cars were in the driveway, and the curtains were pulled shut behind the black bars over the windows. Craig felt a bit of anger rise up. All the places on the street were shanties, an embarrassment to the city. If it were up to Craig, he'd raze the entire area and build a park. Anything to rid the area of the drugs and violence that infested it. He wasn't quite ready to stop. The area of town he was in was rough. The year wasn't even half over yet, and 10 murders, mostly drug-related, had already occurred in the 3-block radius of Miss Gonzalez's house. Had he been in his unit, he wouldn't have batted an eye because he knew the hood rats would scurry off to hide from the police. Since he was driving his Jeep, he figured he would be accosted by the local thugs who trolled the streets, thinking he was trouble. Craig knew from years of experience that those who called the squalid area home remembered every vehicle that came through, for their survival depended upon it. On his second circle of the block, Craig eased his Jeep to the curb in front of the short driveway. He slid his Glock in the side holster mounted on the driver's door. He knew it was a risky move, but if he showed up unannounced with his gun on his hip, he stood no chance of anyone opening the door to him. He scanned the area and made sure no one was around, then stepped out into the heat. He locked his Jeep and strode up to the door, his eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses. The weird sensation of being watched pricked at his sticky skin, and Craig grinned a bit, enjoying the thrill of the game. He'd been addicted to the adrenaline surge ever since he was old enough to grasp the concept of the sensation, which is why Craig had joined the military and then become a cop. If anyone was inside the house, they had no intention of answering the door. He called Mrs. Gonzalez's cell phone with the hopes that it would ring inside. When it didn't, Craig debated for only a split second and opted not to leave his card. He didn't want to scare her off when she did arrive home, nor give his boss any hint of what he was doing. Right now, Craig was working for himself. Irritated, he walked back to his vehicle, clicking the key fob to start his Jeep, when he was a mere 10 steps away. The hackles rose on the back of his neck, his senses aware that he was not only being watched, but stalked. 2 hooded figures flanked him on the left and 2 on the right, all moving in fast. Craig knew that if he bolted to his jeep, the predators would jump to action and give chase. He surmised he could outrun the ones on his right, but the ones on his left were closer. Instead of running, Craig lengthened his strides. When his feet hit the black pavement, he hit the alarm button on the fob. He knew the shrill sound wouldn't stop the men from following him, but it did surprise them enough to slow their gait down. It was just enough time for Craig to reach the driver's door and yank it open. In one swift movement, Craig was on even ground. He pulled his gun and braced his back against the doorframe. The incoming gang froze in their tracks. "Not here to cause any trouble, gentlemen. Just wanted to talk to Miss Gonzalez is all. She hasn't shown up for work in over 2 weeks, and her boss is worried."
"Ain't nobody care about us. What you coming up in here for a line like that for? Cops don't go checking on people, making sure they's all right. Y'all only come here to pick up bodies," the closest man argued.
"Any other day I would agree with you. Today, that isn't the case. The folks over at the Duchess are concerned about Miss Gonzalez. Said she's one of their best employees, and since I'm still working a homicide case that happened there not too long ago, they asked me to stop by to check on her."
"Yo, I know you. You worked on Jamal's murder case, right?"
Craig cut his seasoned eyes over to the voice on his right, giving the kid a quick once-over. To his relief, Craig recognized him as well. Jalal's older brother Jamal had been gunned down last year less than a block from here. Jamal had been 17 and Jalal around 13. Smart kid with inquisitive eyes, ones that had yet to be tainted and turned dark from the drugs his older brother had been dealing. The boy holding a gun at him now had the same features. But the look of innocence was long gone. "Yes, Jalal, it's me, Detective Knowles."
"I told you he was a cop."
The one closest to Craig crowed.
"He's lying. He's just here to harass us. I say let's send him home in a body bag, send a message that we aren't to be messed with. Don't come snooping round our hood. We take care of our own." "Shut up, I got this. Y'all leave us be. It's cool. Me and the detective are just going to chat a bit. Then he'll be on his way, won't you?" Jalal barked.
"Sure thing, Jalal, just as soon as I confirm that Miss Gonzalez is okay." Jalal motioned for the others to leave with a curt nod of his head. They followed his instructions, muttering as they walked away, their posture and attitude leaving a trail of anger lingering in the air. It was obvious to Craig that Jalal had taken his brother's place in the neighborhood. The kid wasn't even old enough to vote or drive, yet he commanded respect from the others, who were at least 5 years older than Jalal. Craig wondered how long it would be before he was working Jalal's homicide, after one of Jamal's underlings went rogue and killed him over a drug deal gone bad. When the 3 other bangers disappeared around the corner, Craig eased himself into the leather front seat and pulled in a heavy gulp of cold air from the vents. He motioned for Jalal to join him on the passenger side. With the grace of a jungle cat, Jalal moved around the vehicle and was in the seat next to Craig.
"Nice ride. Why'd you come here in this?"
"Because I'm here on my own time, not in my official capacity."
"Uh-huh. Why you really here?"
"I believe Miss Gonzalez is afraid to come back to work because she might have seen something. Something she doesn't want others to know she witnessed. I wasn't lying when I said she hasn't been to work in 2 weeks. I just spoke with her boss less than an hour ago." Craig watched the facade of tough street urchin drop for a few seconds. Although he had never lived the kind of life Jalal had, he had watched the interaction between the impoverished neighbors. Most of the time they stuck together. Even the ones who didn't join the banger lifestyle were still watched over because somewhere down the line they were related to one another. Poverty bred more poverty, and once in the cycle, it was near impossible to break out. Since Jalel's house was less than a block away, Craig assumed that Jalel knew Ms. Gonzalez, and his assumption was verified by the look of sadness on Jalel's face. "For real? You ain't here to hassle?" "Jalel, I need to talk to her. I just want to ask her if she saw something that might be of help to me. I am working a case." "Yeah, I know which one you's working, too. That rich bitch that got snuffed at the hotel. It's where Miss Gonzalez worked at. That don't make sense to me, though. Your guy, he's already been iced for that. What good will it do to talk to anyone else?" "Because the man I arrested didn't do it. Now I'm trying to find out who did. And Miss Gonzalez is my last hope to finding out who killed that girl and framed someone else." "You mean she's your last hope to ease your soul, right?" "Look, Jalel, I'm no different than anyone else. I'm human. I make mistakes. Sometimes those mistakes are as simple as putting diesel in my tank rather than gas when I'm in a hurry. Other times the mistakes are huge and innocent people get hurt. And if I've learned anything in my 40-plus years on this earth, it's that it takes a real man to admit his faults and make things right. It's much easier to pretend they don't exist, but only in the beginning. Eventually, your faults invade your dreams and make your life a living hell." Craig watched Jalel sort through what he said. He knew he was taking a gamble by revealing all his cards, but he was following his gut. Craig sensed that Jalel knew where Miss Gonzalez was, or at least how to get in touch with her. He also hoped that his little impromptu speech would sink in through the hard living Jalel had experienced during the past year. Maybe give him hope that he could change his circumstances before he became yet another sad statistic. "Tell you what, give me your digits, and if Miss Gonzalez wants to talk to you, I'll hook the two of you up, cool?" Craig smiled at the face of the man-child next to him. "Cool." Jalel nodded, took the phone number, and slipped out of the Jeep without another word. Craig eased his way through the tight streets of Little Rock's rendition of the ghetto, hoping that his next stop proved to be more informative and less intense. But somehow he knew his surprise visit to Bill Witham's house would be anything but simple. Chapter 18. Tuesday evening. I clicked my phone shut and set it back in my lap, then closed my eyes before the first burst of hairspray shot out. "Well, everything is all set. Aaron Corpian will be here tomorrow afternoon for an interview, and so will Roger and Bertrand. Please, please tell me you will be here. I don't want to ask my mother, but I think I'm going to need a friendly face to look at," I pleaded. "Like I would miss it. Now you just quit worrying about tomorrow. You have a whole bunch of supporters behind you, plus you have me. This is the right step, I just know it. Someone is going to see the report and realize they have information that might be useful. And even if that doesn't happen, the police will be under so much pressure from us that they will have no choice but to reopen the case. Now hold still while I finish your hair. This one spot back here isn't playing right. The color looks fantastic, though. All your grays are gone. Forgive me for preening you like a pageant contestant, but there was no way I was going to let you be on camera with dull hair." Regina's sweet laughter and gentle brushstrokes reminded me of the way my mother used to work through the knots in the back when I was too young to do it for myself. "I'm hoping that's why Detective Knowles called, too. Not my hair, I mean reopening the case," I clarified. He was sort of vague on the phone earlier, but did insist upon meeting in person. "Hey, maybe he's been thinking about the evidence you showed him. Or someone pointed him to the Justice for Jack site. I can't imagine that he would contact you for any other reason other than admitting you were right. What time is he coming again?" Regina asked as she handed me the small makeup mirror. She spun my chair around so I could see her masterpiece. I admired my reflection for my best friend's sake. "He wanted to come tonight, but we already had plans with Mom. I told him to stop by tomorrow morning around 9.
Oh, goody, he's a cutie. Morning coffee with a hunk who carries a gun and handcuffs,
Regina teased.
Good way to start the day.
Regina? I couldn't hold in my own laughter. The woman always said whatever was on her mind, even more so when it came to men. I'm just playing, girl. I like making you smile. You're so sweet. Okay, listen, thanks for everything. I couldn't have come this far without you. I smiled, then stood up and hugged her neck.
Oh, don't go getting all emotional, or I'll have to retouch my makeup. Besides, aren't we going to be late for dinner with your mom?
Regina asked, shooing me out of the bathroom and into the kitchen. No, we still have... Oh, gosh! Why didn't you tell me it was 8 o'clock? We should already be there. You know how I hate being late, I cried, hopping around on one foot as I tried to get my shoes on.
I think I did just tell you. Come on, I'll drive. You're kind of scatterbrained.
I've got to let Simba out first. Regina put her hand on my arm.
Honey, you just let her in less than 10 minutes ago. She's fine. Come on. You need to get out of this house and go hug your mama. Now, before the rest of your brain cells evaporate.
Well, I'd say I'm losing it, but apparently I'm way beyond that. It's gone. No brain cells left to evaporate.
That's why you have me. I do still have a few. Another reason why you keep me around. Well, that and this,
Regina said, holding up the umbrella in her hands.
Since it's supposed to storm tonight, it hasn't even been 3 hours since I washed your grays away. Someone has to keep your hair safe from the coming downpour, right?
I stopped in the middle of walking down the stairs and looked at my outfit.
What are you doing?
Regina asked. Making sure I'm fully clothed and that I have my purse and keys. At the rate I'm going, I'm bound to leave the house in my bra and panties.
Now that I might let you do, it would be rather hysterical.
The heavy summer air slapped us in the face as we walked out to Regina's car. Gunmetal gray clouds spun over our heads. The smell of rain thick in the air. At least the sky hadn't turned the sickening shade of green that signaled the likelihood of a wicked tornado. Regina was backing out of the driveway when I remembered I hadn't checked my mailbox in days. Oh, hey, would you stop and let me check the mail? I forgot.
You best hurry before the bottom drops out.
I jumped out, trotted over to the mailbox, and retrieved the stack of mail. I hurried back inside the car and thumbed through the pile. Bills, bills, and more bills. A few straggler sympathy cards from distant relatives and old friends were there, but not the one letter I was looking for from Jack's employer. Regina heard my disgusted sigh.
Nothing?
Nope, not a thing. I mean, I don't have to have a letter. Why can't they just call me, send me an email, something to let me know they received the forms and are at least working on it? I don't know how much longer I can hold the creditors at bay.
Have you called them?
I dropped the mail in my purse and fumbled with my seatbelt 3 times. Their system seems to be set up in such a way that you just end up punching buttons and going in circles, never getting to the point of actually speaking with a human being. It's ridiculous. I need to know something soon. Funds are running out fast. Regina reached over and patted my hand.
Doll, you don't need to worry about that, remember? I have already started mentally planning out your move. Whenever you are ready, mi casa es su casa.
I still plan on moving in regardless of whether Jack's life insurance pays out, even if, as Bertrand and Roger are sure is going to happen, a settlement from the county lands in my lap. It would have to be close to $1 million for me to be able to keep the house and live without having to eat only ramen noodles for the rest of my life. Besides, Honey, If the real reason for your move is to run from the memories of Jack around every corner, then don't do it. You'd have to leave the state and move to some god-awful place you two never visited, and you both pretty much hit all the states except a few stragglers back east. You could move to the middle of nowhere, Alaska, and Jack's memories would still be in your mind. Move because you want to, not because you think you need to. And if the thought of moving in with your crazy best friend makes you cringe, the other option is to let me— "Oh, no," I interrupted. "I already told you. I am not going to take any money from you." Though I appreciate the love and sentiment behind the gesture, I just can't. My reason for leaving is a healthy combination of both, I guess. True, eventually I will be able to get past the pain and be able to walk into a room without falling to pieces, maybe even sleep in our bed. But it's just too big, too much for me to handle financially and physically. The cleaning, the yard, the upkeep. It was hard when we both did it together, and it will be impossible for me to do alone. Regina smiled, but I could tell she wasn't buying my story. The words were an obvious lie, and we both knew it. The truth was, I couldn't wait to escape the walls and never look back. That part of my life was over, gone. If I stayed, confronted on a daily basis of what once was and now never would be again, I would never heal. Every inch of the house would be a reminder of our life together. The ache in my heart would never mend, even to a level of being able to function like a normal person again. I knew the loss of my Jack would never quite go away. My mother had moved when Dad died into a smaller place for the exact same reasons. I remembered helping her move. It had been hard on us both. Since she had bought a smaller home, we had to go through tons of stuff and make hard decisions on what to keep and what to give to Goodwill. Years and years of memories had to be sorted through. In the end, Mom opted to donate the majority of her furniture, claiming to want a more modern look. I knew that was a load of hogwash. She didn't want the constant reminders of Dad. At the time, I struggled with my own irritation at her decision to rid herself of a lifetime of memories. Now I understood why she made the painful choice. Surrounding herself with objects that reminded her of what her life had been would be too painful. Even when Mom spoke of Dad nowadays, her face would remain stoic, but her words and voice betrayed her pain. I knew she missed him terribly. How could she not? Their 35-year union had made them twain, one flesh. No two people ever loved each other more, at least not in my opinion. I didn't wish to talk about the subject anymore, so I changed the conversation to the weather and how crazy the abrupt changes in the seasons had been. Remember last Christmas when we had all that snow? Do I? The entire state shut down for over a week. Oh, and remember how beautiful the lights looked against the snow at the garden in Hot Springs? We left just in time before the roads became a sheet of ice. Ugh! I couldn't count the times I trudged out to my car just to charge my phone. At least last year it was snow rather than all that ice. How long ago was it we got all the ice? Like 10 years? 11, I think. It was beautiful for sure, like living inside a snow globe. Too bad the beauty was marred by the freezing cold and the fact that if you tried to get out and enjoy the beauty, you ended up on your butt or in a ditch. I felt so sorry for people who didn't have a generator or a fireplace. But last year it was like Snowmageddon. At least we could go out and play in the snow without slipping and busting our butts on the ice. I hope we don't see either of those kinds of winter again for 100 years. That is, after all, why we live in the South, right? Mild winters. It surely isn't for the summers. No kidding. Oh, and this spring, all those parts of the state that got all that rain. It's midsummer. Everything is supposed to be ugly brown by now. All this water is made for lovely green foliage, but it was so sad to watch the news reports from the flooding. And I can't remember a summer when we've had so many thunderstorms. Thank goodness we haven't had any tornadoes. I hope we make it to your mom's before the downpour hits. Looks like those clouds are full of lots of water." Sure enough, before she pulled into the carport at my mom's, lightning skittered across the darkened sky, followed by a crack of thunder that made Regina's car vibrate. In the blink of an eye, rain began pouring from the sky. The storm was coming in fast and expected to drop over 2 inches of rain during the night, with warnings that wind gusts of 60 miles an hour were possible. I knew I wouldn't have to do too much convincing to have Mom come back and stay with me and Regina tonight. I couldn't wait to share the Justice for Jack sight. She would be just as stunned as I still was when she realized how many people supported him. Regina shut the car off and reached behind her seat, producing another umbrella. We bailed at the same time from the car, our feet splashing through the water that had already pooled in Mom's driveway. We shook off the water from the umbrellas and burst through the carport door into the kitchen. "I am so glad that your mom's famous spaghetti is on the menu for tonight. That marinara that she makes is magical and just what we need to forget about the storm. And the pasta will help put some more weight back on you. You realize you look sort of like a scarecrow, right?" "Well, it isn't going to be very good if Mom overcooks it," I said, noticing the pots on the stove were overflowing. The water had boiled over, and the red marinara sauce seeped out from under the lid, covering the countertop and splashing the vent. I moved to turn everything off. "Mom, we're here. Are you still in the shower?" I called out inside the quiet house. No answer. "Mom? Mom, are you okay?" I shouted as I walked into the living room, then down the hallway toward the bedrooms. "Okay, Mom, I'm officially freaking out here. Where are you?" I checked all the rooms as I passed them, leaving Mom's for the last. The door to her bedroom was ajar, so I walked in, hoping I would find her dressing. The last time I walked in on her changing clothes, I got an earful about manners and etiquette. I scolded myself for worrying. She probably just had her hearing aid out while she was in the shower and didn't hear us. The light from her bathroom peeked from under the closed door. I thought my heart was going to explode from relief when I heard the water from the shower. Thank God. Get a hold of yourself, girl. I knocked on the door. "Hey, Mom, Regina and I are here. We'll finish up dinner, so just come on out when you're ready, okay? Oh, and the storm is getting pretty nasty, so how about we just pack it up and take it back to my house and eat?" No answer. I knocked again, this time harder. "Mom?" I tried the door handle, but it wouldn't move. I leaned over and turned on the lamp on her dressing table so I could see. Stepping back over to the door, I saw water streaming out from underneath it. "Mom!" I screamed. I backed up a few steps and threw my body into the door. "Regina, hurry! Call 911. The door didn't budge, so I backed up and slammed into it again. I heard the wood crack, but it still held. As tears ran down my eyes, I screamed, "Jesus, help me!" The last impact splintered the door frame, and I burst through the doorway. My heart froze when I saw her lying on the floor in her bathrobe. In a second, I was next to her, searching for a pulse. "Mom, can you hear me? Mom?" Sobs erupted out of me when her eyes fluttered open. I could hear Regina in the background on the phone and prayed help was coming. "Going to get my wings," Mom whispered, and closed her eyes as her chest quit moving. "No," I screamed. "Fight! I can't lose you. Fight, Mom!" As I performed frantic compressions on my mother's frail chest, I became aware that Regina was doing her breathing. Time stood still for me as we worked in tandem on keeping my mother's blood and oxygen flowing through her. When the paramedics arrived, Regina dragged me away with promises that I could ride with Mom to the hospital. We watched from the bedroom as they assessed my mom, hooked an IV up, and then loaded her into the ambulance. I climbed in last and held her cold hand as the siren screamed through the streets of Little Rock to the hospital. Come unto me, I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you. Hear me and be blessed. The voice croaking out the ancient hymn was full of sorrow, the notes off key and the pacing all wrong. No lyrical organ or piano accompanied the horrid sounds. It was nothing like the beautiful song I recalled from my youth, sitting in church with my parents. The pain-filled voice kept repeating the same verse, the halting words echoing inside my brain. Somewhere in the dark recesses of my numbed mind, I heard myself scream for the singer to stop. That thought left when I realized the pathetic garbles were produced from my own vocal cords. I clamped my dried lips shut and stared down at the worn-out hymnal I held in my lap. Even though I couldn't see, I knew it was opened to Come Unto Me, my mother's favorite hymn. No tears were left to cry. I'd shed so many during the last 4 hours that my tear ducts were empty. Earlier, when the floodgates opened and the wetness left my eyes, my contacts had been displaced under the deluge of salty liquid. It didn't matter that I couldn't see. I wasn't looking at anything anyway. Life had lost all its color. Everything was drab and lifeless. No vibrancy left in my shattered world. I was numb now, unable to focus visually or mentally. Everything was gone. In less than 3 weeks, my life had undergone a paradigm shift. Nothing was the same. I had been stripped of all the titles that I used to hold, the ones that molded and shaped me into the woman I once was. Melody Marie Bassett Dickinson, wife of Jack Dickinson and daughter of the late Jerome Bassett, and now the late Lucinda Bassett. Wife and daughter had been replaced with widow and orphan. Another funeral to plan. Another round of familiar faces stained with tears would walk by while they whispered their words of condolences to my deaf ears. Their hushed words spoken to each other as they thanked their lucky stars that their own lives weren't as screwed up as mine. Once the service was over, they would all leave and return to their normal lives, and I would be left alone to navigate a whole new existence. Alone. The hospital chapel was quiet. I tried to recall when I arrived, but couldn't. Time had lost all meaning to me the second Dr. Herzog informed me of Mom's passing from a massive heart attack. He mumbled his condolences, but the words weren't comprehended by my ringing ears. A fleeting memory of Regina's soft sobs and warm hands passed by, followed by a burst of color as I fled the waiting room and ran through endless corridors of the hospital. Mom and Dad were gone. My husband was gone. My 2 babies were gone. All that remained for me now was to continue to be Melody Dickinson, paralegal. That's it. A life filled with billing, typing, pleadings, and filings. I wouldn't go home to a husband and be his wife any longer, for my house was empty. Couldn't pick up the phone and talk to my mother about my day, or share precious mother-daughter moments ever again. When was the last time I told her I loved her, or how much I adored the fact that she had been my mother? Did I tell her what an incredible woman I thought she was, and what an honor it had been to be her daughter? Oh God, who will I be now? My brain and heart seemed disconnected, like the lines had been severed. I felt no anger, no pain, no guilt, no remorse, no sadness or regrets. I couldn't feel anything inside the black void that I was trapped in. I felt my fingers and my limbs, but couldn't seem to control them. I just continued to sit, locked away inside my mental tomb. There was no need to ask God why this had happened. I already knew the answer. Mom hadn't been in the best of health, and the events of the last 2 weeks pushed her fragile body over the edge. I thought that I'd been doing her a kindness by keeping her shielded from my pain and not falling apart every time I saw her, or leaning on her for strength like I did Regina and Kindle. I'd put on a brave face, smiled, laughed, and reassured her I would be okay, that Jack and I would weather our marital hurricane. When Jack died, all the bravado disappeared. Everything changed for all of us. I tried to put on the mask of control around Mom, but how insensitive and stupid was that decision? She had loved Jack from the first moment I brought him home to meet her and Dad. His tragic passing, compounded with the circumstances that surrounded it, had just been too much for her aging body to withstand. Had I made the right decision to shelter her? Should I have let my true thoughts and emotions out so she would feel more comfortable releasing her own in front of me? If I'd given her the chance to extract some of her own pain, shouldering some of it myself, would this have happened? I would never know, and that was the hardest pill to swallow. Choices, decisions, thousands made each day. What to wear, when to get up, what to eat, friends to make, projects to be completed, who we talked to and what we said, what we shared with others and what we kept to ourselves, who we decided to love and who we chose to hate, whether we served God and listened to His words, His warnings, heeded His wisdom, whether we stayed on the moral pathway of life or strayed. Each choice, each temptation affected not only our own lives, but those around us. Sometimes the effects weren't seen for years. Other times they were immediate. My choices in life ignited a long fuse that reached out and wrapped itself around the people I loved the most. Its slow burn ignited stragglers from the lives of others around me, and now we were all burned. No one was left but Regina. If anything happened to her, I would collapse from the inside and wither away to nothing. Death always comes in threes, my dear. My child is now with me, and so is Jack and your daddy. It's quiet here, peaceful. You should see Jack. He loves the babies, holds them all the time. We are just one big happy family. We only need one thing to complete our happiness. You. Come join us, don't be shy. We always have room, even for the most grievous of sinners like you. Melody? Kendall's voice was a welcomed reprieve from the dismaying voice of my Mima in my head. Insanity was around the next bend in the road, but for now I was hearing the voice of the man whose life I'd ruined less than 3 days ago inside my mind. Satan does enjoy his petty torments, I decided. Melody, I'm sorry I just now arrived. I hope it's okay, but Regina called me and told me what happened. Please don't be upset with me for coming, but I just couldn't stay away. I heard the creak of the pew and felt Kindle ease his body down next to mine. In my mind, I acknowledged his presence, yet I couldn't seem to make my body physically respond. Honey, Regina and I are here for you, ready to take you home. Come on, it's late. You need to get some rest. It took a few minutes, but I found enough coordination to make my lips move. In a raspy voice, I began to sing again. I am meek and lowly, come and trust my might. Kendall's warm arms encircled me from my left, and Regina murmured from my right, her fingers stroking my hair. Both joined me for the next chorus, their voices just as choked up and out of tune as my own. As we started to sing it the third time, I lost track of the words. My tongue seemed too large for my parched mouth. My vision spun, and the grays surrounding me started to turn black. I tried to pull myself out of the vortex, but it was too late. The smell of fresh summer rain, gardenias, and apple pie settled over me, covering my yellow sundress and exposed skin with their sweet aromas. The late afternoon sun caused the humidity-laden air to exude languid balls of steam across our front yard. Miniature rainbows danced across the damp grass, sending multicolored prisms bounding off the tender blades in all directions. I heard the gentle creak of the aged rocking chair and turned my head in the direction of the sound. My mother's eyes stared out across the beautiful display of nature while she shelled the big bowl of black-eyed peas in her lap. Her thick auburn hair was loose for a change and cascading in waves around her shoulders, the ends beginning to curl from the humidity. She was still wearing her black dress from Mima's funeral, and sweat had formed around her temples and neck from the heavy frock. Mama's face looked tired. I didn't know how to react to the sadness that had replaced her usual smiling face. I had never seen her cry until 3 days ago, and it seemed like once she started, she couldn't stop. The more people came, the more she cried. Now that the visitors were gone, her sobs had left as well, replaced with a few stray tears trickling down her face. Once all the people at the house had left, Daddy had made me change. He then sent me outside with instructions to start shelling peas and enjoy the cooling rain that he sensed approaching. My 6-year-old mind focused on trying to comprehend what it had witnessed. Didn't think to ask questions. All I knew for sure was that Mama and most every other female member of my small family had cried today, and the men, including my father, hadn't said many words. Everyone had been dressed in their best Sunday clothes, and it wasn't near Sunday. Instead of the pastor standing alone at the front of the church to deliver his sermon, he stood to the side and spoke in a low voice, pointing several times to the shiny box that my Mima slept in. The only familiar thing that had occurred was when a few of the ladies I recognized from church stood up and sang Amazing Grace. 3 days ago, when the pastor came to the house, it was the first time in my life I had been truly scared, because when he finished talking to Mama on the porch, she began to scream. "No, no, she can't be gone. I need her. Oh, Lord, why?" Doc Robinson came to see Mama, and Daddy told me to go outside and find our dog Crackers and give him a good brushing. I may have been young, but I knew something was wrong. So Daddy didn't have to ask me twice. I had stayed outside until Cracker's coat was as shiny as a new penny, and Mama's crying had stopped. I had overheard enough whispered words during the next 2 days to understand that my Mima had died, but I didn't know what that meant and was too afraid to ask anyone. People were always coming and going now, bringing enough food to last us a year. I didn't understand what paying respects meant, but since there was so much food, I figured it must have something to do with eating. Funny thing was, no one ate any food but me. For the first time in days, the house was quiet. Daddy had left to take my cousins from El Dorado to the train station, so it was just me and Mama. I stole a peek at her while she shelled her peas and noticed her face was dry, and decided it was safe to ask her a question. Mama, what does paying my respects mean? Child, come here and sit with me a spell. I've got some explaining to do, and I'm sorry I didn't do it before. Mama set her bowl of peas on the floor next to her and motioned for me to come over and sit with her. She wiped her purple-stained fingers across her damp face, leaving a small trail of violet on her forehead. Eager to be close to her again, I hopped from my perch on the swing, trotted across the front porch, and nestled into her soft lap. She produced a small brush from the folds of her dress and began to comb my unruly hair, something she hadn't done for days. I had done the best I could while getting ready for church earlier, but I couldn't reach the back very well. Her warm, patient fingers worked through the knots. Well, honey, when someone passes away, friends and family stop by to tell those left behind they are sorry for the loss of their loved one, like your Aunt Junie and Uncle Bert. They came all the way from Dallas to say goodbye to Meemaw and tell us how sorry they were for our loss. Passes away? It's a kind way of saying that someone has died, honey. Oh, like the time when Daddy told Aunt Junie that her new dress made her look as fine as frog hair when he really meant it was ugly? Mama's gentle laugh made my heart sing. I was proud that I made her smile and laugh for the first time in 3 days. Sort of. We've talked about using our manners before and how saying ugly things about others will hurt them. It's sort of like that, honey. Passing away from this life on to the next is much more pleasing to the ears and easier on the heart than saying someone died. I thought about that for a minute. Is Meemaw in heaven with Jesus, like what Pastor Otts talks about in church? Yes, dear, Meemaw has passed on and is with Jesus now. When is she coming back? And how will Jesus know who she is? She left her body here. Mama stopped brushing my hair. I heard her clear her throat and worried that she was going to start crying again. I wanted to kick myself for making her upset. Baby, come on. Let's go take a walk. I think I can explain this better if I show you. I slid off her lap and slipped my hand inside hers, happy that she was smiling instead of frowning. Her hair looked like it was on fire when the sunbeams hit it, and I wondered why she never wore it down. She looked like an angel. We walked through the front yard to her flower garden. She stopped in front of the plant closest to us and pointed at the grayish-brown mound on the branch to her right. Do you remember what I told you this is? It's a bug chrysa, right? Close. A chrysalis. Nasty worms live in it, right? Daddy said they made the chrysalis from worm spit. Gross. Well, do you see any worms in there now? I bent down and looked closer. No, it's empty. Where did the worm go? Mom stood up and looked around the garden until she spotted what she was looking for on the bush to her right. She pointed to a delicate yellow butterfly with black dots on its wings that perched on an open gardenia bud. Right there. Mama, that's a butterfly, not a worm. Yes, it is a beautiful butterfly. And true, it looks nothing at all like the funny little worms we seen out here a few weeks ago. But they are one and the same, I promise. You see, the worm lives its short life here in the garden, and when its time is over, it builds the chrysalis and goes to sleep inside. Once it goes to sleep, it passes on to its next life. What emerges out from the little nest here is a butterfly. Stunned, I looked at my mama with doubt. You're just joshing me, Mama. Those old slimy worms don't have wings. Oh, Melody, look, right there. One is about to pop out. You'll get to see it change for yourself, Mama said, hoisting me up on her hip so I could see. Sure enough, she was right. For the next few minutes, we watched in silent awe as the butterfly emerged from inside the dark chrysalis. It struggled to free itself from the confines of the hardened worm spit, and once freed, sat still as its curled-up wings began to dry. I was still in doubt about Mama's claim that it was the same creature as the worm, but I trusted my Mama's words. Melody, do you think that the dainty, delicate butterfly would want to go back to being a worm? Oh, no. It is too pretty now. Plus, butterflies can fly. I agree, my child. Now think of your Meemaw's passing the same way, honey. She passed on to heaven. The body we knew her here on earth has changed, and now in heaven, she has wings. Meemaw has angel wings and can fly around in heaven with Jesus, I exclaimed. Yes, honey, Meemaw has wings now, and she is watching over us from above. But she won't come back because she likes her new wings better than walking? Something like that, yes. Won't she miss us? I know I miss her already, and if Meemaw has a new body and is flying around in heaven, then why were you crying? Aren't you happy for Meemaw? Of course I'm happy for her, baby, and I know she is happy, and that I will get to fly away with her one day as well. We all will when it's our time. I cried because I miss her and wasn't quite ready to let her go. But my tears are gone now, because I have faith in that. Faith in what, Mama? That I will see her again, in heaven some day, when it is my time to sprout wings and fly. And when we are reunited, it will be forever. Just two happy butterflies flittering around in the skies above. It will be that way for all of us one day, even you. So don't fret for what was inside the empty shell, darling Melody. Rejoice in the glory of new life and new beginnings that emerged from it. Mama put me down and we walked back to the front porch to resume shelling the peas. I was still a bit confused about everything, but certain about one thing. Mama wasn't crying anymore after she explained to me where Meemaw was, and seeing her smile was all that mattered to me. My heart fought my body's urging to wake up. I yearned to remain in the warm, sweet spot between consciousness and sleep, basking in the comforting recollections of my childhood. My reality was too painful, and my dreams had been full of treasured memories with my mom and dad. The one about the day of Meemaw's funeral was so real that I could still smell the wet rain, the gardenias, and her favorite perfume, night jasmine. I shifted on the couch and pulled the afghan over my head, unwilling to acknowledge the morning sun streaming through the windows downstairs. Though my heart still ached for the loss of my mother, I knew where she was and that she was happy. She had her butterfly wings at last. The journey without her and Jack would be bone-crushing lonely. I clung to the hope that the peaceful images of my youth surrounding me would carry me through the dark ones popping up. My thoughts were no longer numbed by grief or shock. The next step in the process of dealing with death wound through me. Anger. I could feel the sharp vines of fury fill my veins, ensnaring me as it crawled around inside like poison, and that scared the living daylights out of me, because I didn't want to be consumed by hatred for the person or persons responsible for destroying my world. Thank you, Lord, for reminding me of that day. I feel you here with me. I feel your strength float down on me, like a silken gown of love just embraced my soul in my dreams. Through the fire and through the flames, I will walk beside you, as long as in the end I can fly with my loved ones. Please help me overcome the fury pounding in my head. Let your healing waters of forgiveness wash over me and snuff out the flames of wrath. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep again, so I stayed still and listened to the familiar voices of Regina and Kendall and breathed in the delicious smells coming from the kitchen. Part of me wanted to get up and join the living, but my body held me hostage, unwilling to move, so I remained in my warm cocoon. At first they spoke in hushed tones, their quiet bantering unintelligible while they rattled the pots and pans upstairs and cooked breakfast. But when they finished and moved to the living room, I could make out their conversation. Even though I didn't enjoy the subject matter of their dialogue, the fact that they loved me enough to still be here made the crushing pain in my heart lessen a fraction. Chapter 19, Wednesday morning. Miss Corpian, this is Regina Pearson. I'm calling about Melody Dickinson and your scheduled interview today. She won't be able to make it and asked me to contact you to set another time. Yes, that would be great. Thank you so much for understanding. No, I'm not sure when that will be yet. The arrangements are still pending. I will have her call you to reschedule the interview when she's ready to talk. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other calls to make. Yes, thank you too, Miss Corpian. I will pass along your condolences. Goodbye. From what I heard on this end, sounds like that news lady still wants to interview Mel. Am I right? Wow, Kendall, that woman can gab. Yes, I believe so. At least she seemed to understand. I mean, how could she not after all that's happened? Oh, I still can't believe all this. It's breaking my heart to watch Melody suffer so much. I'm really worried about her. And so is Roger. He was so kind on the phone last night when I called him. I thanked the Lord after I hung up. At least he is a lawyer with a heart. If she were still working at her old teaching job, she'd have been fired by now. I can't help but wonder when God is going to give her a break and throw some happiness her way. I'm worried too, Regina, Kendall admitted. When I picked her up last night and carried her to the truck, it was like picking up a body pillow. She's light as a feather. She needs to eat. How much weight you reckon she's lost? I'm afraid to think about that. Too much, that's for sure. She's a ghost of her former self. At least breakfast is ready. I'm going to go wake her up. Getting food in her belly is more important than sleeping at this point. Oh, Regina, give her a while longer. At least while she's asleep, her mind has a chance to rest. Maybe just an hour more? Half, Kendall. Then I'm going to wake her up and force-feed her biscuits and gravy. If she won't eat them, I'll threaten to put an IV in and feed her through a tube. I can still remember how to start one. That pile of food smells too good not to eat. You are such a wonderful cook. Don't you worry none, she'll eat. Maybe not a plate full, but some. Now, you said to that reporter gal that you have more calls to make. Anything I can help with? Actually, yes, if you don't mind, please call Bruni Funeral Home in Benton and let them know about Miss Lucinda's passing and what hospital she's at, and that her final resting place will be next to Mr. Jerome at 10 Mile Cemetery. If they ask when the service should be, just tell them that someone will get back in touch with them about that. Here's the number. You think they'll take instructions from me, Regina? I'm not family. Kendall, honey, this is Benton we're talking about, not Little Rock. News travels faster than a bolt of lightning down there in that tiny burg. Everyone in that town knows Mel's family and probably already knows of Miss Lucinda's passing. I'm sure they are wondering why no one has called yet. They won't bat an eye, I promise. If they do, you just tell them you're Mel's cousin. If you say so. Now, that's how I like to hear a man respond to my instructions. Kendall, you are one in a million, a great friend to all of us, even with everything that's happened. She
Oh boy, she told you, didn't she?
Yes, she did. She was really worried that after she told you and your less than thrilled response, the friendship was destroyed. She couldn't hold it all inside anymore, and it seems you couldn't hold your secret any longer either. She needed to release her pain and ease yours at the same time.
Yeah, I was shocked. Still am, sort of. Here we both carried this big secret around inside us for so many years, and we both felt so much guilt. And we both assumed our sins are what caused Jack to die. I pulled the guy card and left. Not because I was upset with her, but because, well, I couldn't face her anymore. She started crying, saying everything was her fault, but it's not. It all falls back on my shoulders. And they just don't seem big enough to carry all this.
Kendall, what happened isn't your fault or Melody's. You both need to stop this crazy line of thinking. It's not healthy and it isn't helping anything. Mistakes of the past will not tarnish the happiness of the future. I simply will not let them. You are a good person, Kendall, a kind heart and a warm spirit. So is Jack, so is Melody. Heck, so am I, for that matter. We can discuss the ramifications of past misdeeds sometime way off in the future. But right now, we must concentrate our efforts on helping our friend get through this pile of mud she's walking through. So put on your waders and join me in the muck, son. Okay, you're right. What else can I do to help? Stop yapping and get on that phone and call the funeral home. I need to call the detective and let him know what's going on and tell him not to stop by today. Oh, crap, look at the time. I should have called him sooner. He'll be here any... The sound of the doorbell and Simba's barking from the backyard forced my swollen eyelids open. I heard Regina tromp down the stairs and open the front door, then realized she was talking to Detective Knowles. I debated only a split second as to whether I would remain in the warm folds of the couch and continue to hide my pain under the comforter that still faintly smelled like Jack, or get up and go talk to the detective. Please, God, you know my heart's desire. I pray that his eyes have been opened to the truth. As heartbroken as I am, you haven't let me come this far and experience all this for nothing. Is the lesson I am to learn from all of this to stay faithful through the triumphs and the trials? Is it to not succumb to the pull to seek revenge on the person who started all this by killing Serena, then Jack, and now, by osmosis, Mom? Somehow I feel that it is. No, I know it is. And I praise you, Lord, for the sun and the rain. But please, Lord, let him be bringing some sunshine. I'm drowning from all the water and terrified of the coming hurricane of fury. I'll have her call you later this afternoon, Detective. Something whispered inside me to get up and talk to him, and I listened. Regina, it's okay, I'm awake. If Detective Knowles can wait just a few minutes, I'll meet you upstairs, I called. There was a brief silence followed by the door closing and 2 sets of footsteps going up the stairs. I unwound myself from under the warm cotton cocoon, feeling every bit of my age, and headed to the small downstairs bathroom to freshen up. I washed away the last remnants of sleep from my face and mind, wondering if I would ever be able to sleep in my room again. I had tried last night, but couldn't bring myself to climb beneath the sheets. I sensed that until I found justice for my Jack, I would remain unable to rest my head in the same spot. Drying my face, I made a mental note to tell the detective about the Justice for Jack site before he left. If he had come here for any other reason than to throw his support in our direction, I would point him to the site and tell him to investigate the jailer and Jack's old nemesis, Guy. My gut wound tight at the thought, and the acidic rumblings told me I was on target with that line of thinking. Semi-presentable and with a fresh pair of contacts in place, I trudged up the stairs and into the bright living room. The sun blared through the windows, casting brilliant yellow rays off the shiny hardwood floors. From the sheen and the smell of lemon, it seemed Regina had spent some time cleaning, as she tended to do when she was upset. God love her. "Good morning. Sorry to keep you waiting, Detective." 3 sets of eyes trained on me. I felt like a fish in a bowl as I walked across the living room floor and toward the kitchen. "Give me just a moment to get some coffee."
Already poured you a fresh cup, sweetie,"
Regina said, lifting the steaming mug toward me.
"Black as coal, of course, along with an extra shot of espresso. How you drink that motor oil, I'll never know, but it's guaranteed to start your engine."
"My rock. Thank you." I took a sip of the stout brew and forced myself not to look down to check if I was fully dressed. The way the 3 pairs of eyes watched me made me wonder if I had missed a button or something, but I guess the reasons were much more dramatic than me being half-clothed. Once seated on the couch, I looked over at the detective, sort of expecting to see the same arrogance and irritation that he had exuded during our first, unsuccessful meeting. I was shocked to see the opposite. The hard edges around his eyes and lips were gone. The brusque demeanor and rigid posture had been replaced with an air of something else that I was having trouble placing. Sadness, regret, embarrassment, awkwardness? No, it wasn't any of those, because there was also an undercurrent of excitement, a faint sparkle in his brown eyes. He cleared his throat before speaking.
"Mrs. Dickinson, I can come back to speak to you another time if that's more convenient. I'm sorry. I didn't know about your mother's passing until I arrived. I'm truly sorry for your loss."
Judging by the look on his face, I sensed his words were sincere. "Thank you, Detective. I appreciate your offer, but the next few days aren't going to be any better. So now is as good a time as any."
"Are you sure? I don't want to intrude."
"Please, Detective, if you have bad news to drop on me, may as well go ahead. The pile is already sky high, so one more wafer won't hurt. And if what you have to say is good news, then heaven knows we could all stand to hear it." Detective Knowles nodded and cut his glance over to Kindle and Regina. I sensed he didn't wish to discuss what he had come to say in front of them. The coffee was working, and it registered in my brain that he was wearing jeans, a plain white t-shirt, and no badge around his neck or on his hip. No gun, either. He's off duty, which means whatever he has to say is mighty important if he decided to waste time on his day off here. Or he isn't here in his official capacity at all. Regina must have picked up on his vibe, too, because she rose gracefully from her chair and put her hand on Kendall's shoulder. "Kendall, I believe you have a call to make, and I have a huge mess in the kitchen to clean. Melody, I'll make a plate for you and be right back. Detective, would you like some biscuits and gravy? I made plenty." A reluctant Kendall pulled his frame up from the end of the couch and followed Regina's lead, shooting one last worried glance back at me. I nodded to reassure him. Detective Knowles gave me a good once-over, then replied to Regina.
"My mouth's been watering ever since you opened the front door and the smell of homemade gravy hit me. Thank you for the kind offer. Haven't had time to eat since, sometime early yesterday."
I was about to protest and tell Regina to forgo bringing me a plate, but then I looked down at the coffee mug in my hands and saw my lap. My clothes were hanging off of me, my legs lost inside my jeans. The skin on my arms and fingers was drawn tight over protruding bones. It was like it was the first time I had looked at myself and witnessed what I had been doing to my body. I was slowly starving myself while I moped inside my grief. Once I recognized the fact that I looked like a walking skeleton, my appetite roared back. My stomach growled in agreement. Regina was back in a flash with 2 plates covered in biscuits and gravy. She gave me a stern look as I reached for mine, her eyes ordering me to eat. She handed Detective Knowles the second plate with a big grin, then turned back to me to watch me take the first mouthful. A triumphant smile spread from ear to ear when I did. "Now you two eat and chat. Let me know when you want refills."
"Thank you, Miss Pearson, right?"
"How kind of you to remember my last name, Detective. Please call me Regina. Enjoy." Regina gave me a coy wink and floated out of the living room and out the back door, Kindle on her heels. The two things Regina loved more than anything in this world were cooking and the attention of a good-looking man, and not always in that order. A few more small bites down and a tad more energized, I asked, "So you haven't eaten since yesterday? Why is that, Detective?" He swallowed his mouthful of biscuit as color rose in his cheeks.
"I was a tad busy chasing leads, Mrs. Dickinson."
"Did you catch any?" He wiped a dribble of gravy from his chin, the stain on his cheeks darkening.
"Actually, yes. That's why I'm here. Well, that and a few other things,"
he said, lowering his voice. He glanced around to make sure that Regina and Kendall were out of earshot before he continued.
"I have several things I'd like to discuss with you again, if you feel up to it."
"I do. Continue."
"First, I owe you an apology."
"For?"
"Arresting your husband for